guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Mike Waltz is out as National Security Advisor. This comes after Waltz faced scrutiny for mistakenly adding Atlantic editor Jeffrey Goldberg to a Signal group chat which discussed plans for military strikes. Democratic Senator Tim Kaine says he expects more from this fallout.
I'm not surprised that there is turmoil after the Signalgate fiasco, but I think there's a lot more. In the words of the late and great John McCain IV, choose to drop off the centipede.
Mike Waltz has been picked to become the next U.S. ambassador to the United Nations.
That's the president deciding a guy who's a very good guy in Mike Waltz could do a better job at a different role.
President Trump made that announcement today. Initial job claims are up more than expected, a possible warning sign that in an uncertain economy.
According to Labor Department numbers out this morning, first-time claims jumped 18,000 to 241,000 for the week ending April 26. That's 17,000 more than analysts had forecast. Outstanding jobless claims were up by 83,000 to more than 1.9 million, the highest since November 2021. I'm Michael Kastner.
President Trump says historically black colleges and universities should not be concerned about federal spending cuts.
During a town hall event with News Nation, Trump said he took care of the black colleges and HBCUs and that he got them more money than they ever dreamt possible.
They were going out of business. They came to me, about 50 people that headed up, and they came to me the first year, and I took care of them.
Last week, Trump signed an executive order that will ensure HBCUs get the maximum funding they're entitled to. Trump said during the town hall they have long-term financing and that nobody did that but him. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 83 points. The S&P 500 gained 35 points. The Nasdaq rose by 264 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
A man will stand trial for a crash which killed 4 Pepperdine University students in October 2023.
On Wednesday, a judge ordered 22-year-old Fraser Michael Boehm to stand trial on 4 counts each of murder and vehicular manslaughter with gross negligence. Boehm is accused of speeding along Pacific Coast Highway in Malibu and crashing into 3 parked vehicles. 4 sorority sisters between the ages of 20 and 21 who were walking along the highway were hit and killed. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Scammers are targeting residents in South Carolina.
Residents in the Hilton Head Island area are being targeted by a scam involving fake text messages, claiming unpaid toll balances and threatening consequences. The Beaufort County Sheriff's Office warns against clicking on any links or responding to the messages, which request payment through a fraudulent link containing SCDMV. The scam falsely claims the failure to pay a small balance will result in late fees and vehicle registration suspension. I'm Katie Gray.
A Mississippi man was arrested in a revenge porn case.
Lumberton Police Chief Elise Coward says they arrested 29-year-old Keyshawn Parker for posting explicit images without permission. Investigators say by posting visual media depicting another individual's intimate parts exposed or engaged in sexual conduct without their permission, the offense falls under the state's revenge porn law. Coward faces 29 counts of the charge. Authorities urge anyone with information on similar incidents to come forward and report them. I'm Scott Kimbler.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
I suppose that is my cue. Flip the magic twagger, cue the microphone, and here we go again. Well, will you looky there? We made it to the first day of May as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone. We will do so from one coast to the other. Rolling into the second day of May here in 2025. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Yeah, looks like a few clouds, a few raindrops. Nothing to write home about. It's been that off and on pattern with some scattered shower activity as much of the week has been around the country. And that pattern is going to continue through the weekend. And, well, for some, our friends in the Northeast will break it down. You're going to be very, very soggy for numerous days. Late the weekend and maybe through early first half of next week. And, of course, monitoring flooding potential in parts of Texas and Oklahoma with additional rounds of heavy showers and thunderstorms in the offing there. We're looking at 62 degrees outside the Hotshot Secret hidden bunker this evening as we roll into a Friday. All right. The greatest day of the week. All right. Says who, right? First things first, though, travelers' weather. Who's going to be impacted, slowed down on the highways and byways? It's a busy weather pattern that's going to continue for portions of the Northeast, the Midwest, and, again, the South Central states. As storms will repeat in some areas, even where repairs from previous damage in utility lines are taking place. And in some locations where prior storms may have weakened trees and lines. As of midday this past day, Thursday, we saw additional storms building over parts of the Ohio Valley, moving through some of the same storm-ravaged areas that were hit hard on Tuesday. Parts of Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, West Virginia, and Kentucky. At the peak of the storms, over 700,000 utility customers were without power. Scores of downed trees, damaged lines, snapped utility poles. Forecasters have concerns that even if the upcoming storms are less intense of what we saw back on Tuesday, some significant damage may still occur, especially in areas where storms have passed through recently. Crews working on repairs are going to have to pause operations until the new storms move through. There are some communities that have been without power since those storms rolled through on Tuesday. To add to the difficulties, at least one major carrier has disrupted phone service in some areas, leaving some customers without outside communications during the emergency. We do have a batch of stronger storms forecast to develop over parts of the southern plains and then advance southeastward as a rather large complex with strong wind gusts, heavy rain, and hail on into here Friday morning. The likelihood of stronger storms for Friday will extend again from Texas all the way to southwestern Pennsylvania, which will mark at least the second day in a row for potentially violent weather conditions. Some of these more robust storms for the day ahead will occur in portions of northern and central Texas. Storms in this zone could bring hailstones of considerable size once again. The weather patterns driving severe storms begins to shift slightly by the weekend. Saturday, the greater threat of severe weather shifts toward the Atlantic seaboard, stretching from New Hampshire all the way down the coast into parts of Florida, as well as the northeastern Gulf Coast. This may mark the first time in several days that severe weather reaches the Atlantic coast in some of our major cities, like New York, Boston, Washington, D.C., on down through Charlotte and Charleston, South Carolina. Airline delays are possible as these storms approach. Depending on the behavior of a new storm in the east, a second day of severe weather may affect parts of the mid-Atlantic and Northeast come Sunday. Even though the setup over the next several days is not really conductive for many tornadoes, any severe thunderstorm can produce a brief tornado due to the intense nature of the situation. Now, I mentioned soggy. What we're going to see into the weekend here will be what forecasters describe as an atmospheric traffic jam across the U.S. Some areas in the Northeast may have to deal with clouds and rainy episodes for multiple days, starting this weekend into next week. This is going to derail some of your outdoor plans, delay spring planting and construction projects, and maybe create the appearance of a March or late October weather pattern. Due to cloud cover and moisture, the weather traffic jam will prevent frosts during the overnight hours through the weekend. It will ease areas of drought and should end any wildfire risk here for the spring season. The rain's going to come in two main parts, one focused from tonight through Saturday, mainly from the Appalachians on the west. The second part develops on Sunday and continues right into the middle of next week, focusing on the mid-Atlantic coastal areas to the central Appalachians. New England couldn't get on that part of the, or be sheltered by a wedge of dry air out of eastern Canada. A storm and a front will approach the Northeast from the Midwest later Friday into Saturday. That's going to produce some rounds of showers and heavier thunderstorms. Some could be severe with wind gust, hail, torrential downpours. Focusing from Cleveland to Pittsburgh, Charleston, West Virginia, on up into Buffalo, New York, and State College, PA. While the risk of tornadoes is rather minimal, there's always the risk of a couple of brief tornadoes striking populated areas in any thunderstorms. But the slow progression of this storm and the front is going to hold back most of the showers and thunderstorms from reaching much of the I-95 corridor till probably Saturday morning. During the afternoon and night, some of that activity will grind toward the mid-Atlantic and the southern New England coastal areas. Some of these storms may be severe during this time from Washington, D.C. to Philadelphia, on into New York City and Boston. How wet the pattern evolves from Sunday into next week, that's going to depend on the position of a storm that's forecast to form at the jet stream level up in the atmosphere. Right now, that storm may form in a position to create a plume of moisture that extends across the mid-Atlantic, maybe into eastern New York and southwest New England into next week. That sort of a setup may release many inches of rain over a 2 to 4 day period. Streams that have been running and ponds that have been drying up will fill with water. While flash flooding is a concern, there will be periods of slick travel on the roads and some airline delays, the low clouds accompanying the rain at the airports. And there will also be some more robust thunderstorms at the onset of this pattern embedded in those rounds of rain. Depending on the wind direction, some of the Atlantic barrier island communities or maybe the low-lying areas along the Chesapeake and Delaware Bays could experience some above-normal tides and possibly some coastal flooding. Again, welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Philly Dan checking in out of the box, TGIF. How about that? Have a great weekend to all. Marianne, morning, Steve, the Overnight family. Everyone enjoy your weekend. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. There's Pappy. The Midnight Hour, TGIF on this second day of May. And for the last time this week, somewhere deep beneath the earth crust is the hotshot secret hidden bunker. Steve's throwing the breakers. The FR3 antenna is up. Stick shift eliminator power mic on. We're looking at 62 outside Harrison, Ohio. A little bit of H2O falling from the heavens due to the cloud cover. No stars, no satellites, no UFOs to be seen. So snuggle up to whomever, whatever, wipe up them muddy dog prints from your hardwood floors. I can attest to that. Heat up that cup of joe and dial us up at 844-844-3388. Be a part of the Overnight Drive. He received a message from our friend Scarecrow, who was planning to call in this morning. He said, Scarecrow wishes everyone a good casual Friday. but he is asking for prayers for he and his family, especially his mother. Feeling that my mom is up there in age and things aren't looking real good, he said. So family kind of gathering around there. Double trucker on board, 60 degrees in Lodi. Hey, it's unofficially Friday. I just listened to the Haunted Road podcast on the Cincinnati Music Hall. Very interesting. All right, I'm getting ready to head back to Western New York. I'll tune in later on the home of free speech, Rumble. Good morning, boss man. Checking in. We're headed to New Mexico, and then on up to Grand Isle, Nebraska. Rubber Duck, you're kind of in a pattern here, aren't you? Underachieving again. I made it home. Yeah, she finally hit 526,000 miles and ain't come apart yet. But if you knew that 280 mile round trip paid, if you knew. All right, Tank. Good morning, Steve. 66 here in Acoma, Oklahoma. Headed out to the home 20 via Memphis. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day and a better weekend. Hello to Norman, North Central Kansas, checking in, 47 degrees. Again, some rain on the way. We do have the Big Tipper loaded with aluminum wire headed for Lincoln, Nebraska. Safe travels, everybody. Have a good night. 56 degrees there in Northwest Illinois, according to Roy. Good morning, Steve. Happy Friday from Brain Dead. It's my hump day, I think. Well, it was a 3-stop Jackson, Mississippi run tonight. I'm headed back with a back haul of frozen turkey to deep fry for Memorial Day. All right, got a few nuggets in the sports world to talk about. We'll check in, as always, a bit later in the program. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, hello to Daniel from over by Austin, Minnesota. Tonight, 51 degrees. It's raining. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down and be safe. Down the line and roll. Hello, Gilligan. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, cloudy but dry for now at the airport in Roanoke, Virginia. Keep it shiny side up. Country Bumpkin checking in from Waterford, Michigan there. Thanks for all you do for the drivers out there, Steve. Appreciate you, brother. And be safe. Overnight Drive family. Henry checks in from Pittsburgh. We were talking about the storms. people without power for several days now. Henry says Pittsburgh still has many areas without power. Many of the state power crews are working to restore the damage. Allegheny County, pretty much the same story. All right, thanks to Steve. There's Buckeye Boy checking in from Antioch, Tennessee. 64 at this hour, got the delivery off. Met Wildcat's sister to get a shirt and sweater she left before leaving this morning. Had to take Wildcat to pick up her Pontiac G8 at the shop to get the inside driver's door handle and her emergency flasher button repaired. Due to the fact the car was made in Australia, parts were pretty much impossible to find, and he had to improvise, but I think it looks pretty good. I told her for a while I'd get her another vehicle, but she likes this one. It still looks good. All right, I'll pick up about 12:30 local time, head back to Unload Monday, then off to Baton Rouge. Several machine de-installs, all right? Have a great night, a better weekend, everybody. Be careful out there. Jason, morning, Steve, passing through Hebron, Ohio tonight with 61 degrees, a partly cloudy night. Mr. Jack, good morning. Happy Friday from the horse capital of the world, Lexington, Kentucky. I'm a postal service supervisor, listening in on the night shift. All right, thank you very much. Appreciate you tuning us in. Be safe out there, everybody. Good to have you on board. Shorty, I-77 northbound, Troutman, North Carolina. 72 degrees at this hour. He is Columbus bound tonight. 844-844-3388. We must be.
One day closer to the greatest day of the week.
I knew it.
What was your first clue?
The fact that Captain Ron's on the line. Go ahead.
Your new sponsor, that Rainy, I think it's Rainy.
Yes.
They advertise watermelon lights. What are those? I've never heard that.
I'm guessing you're asking the wrong guy. I don't know, but yeah.
I've never heard of watermelon lights. Maybe somebody can enlighten us on that. So you got big plans for the weekend?
Oh, just Mama got that big Kentucky Derby party planned.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'll be watching that too, I guess. Not really. It's different going to the horse races, but I don't know. It doesn't have the same appeal watching it on the TV as much. But then again, you can just tune it in for the race and not have to worry about all the sideline stuff. Kind of like golf, it's more fun to play than it is to watch.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, who did you get the message from about Scarecrow's mom?
Scarecrow actually sent a message to Pappy.
Oh, okay. All right. I texted him back and forth, after he called the show a couple of weeks ago, whenever it was, and he seemed like he was in pretty good spirits then, talking to him, but...
Yeah. Well, let me see. He said...
I told him
He said this is not...
I wasn't going to beat him up.
He said this is not your typical Crow message. I was going to call tonight, but the sister and I feel we may lose Mom. Maybe not immediately, but it's inevitable. So tell everybody, have a good casual Friday from the Crow. So say a prayer for he and the family. Yep.
Yeah, prayers to the family. It's tough, I'm looking at that too. I mean, I'll call my mom. She's 82, I think, maybe 83. But anyway, I'll talk to her and she'll tell me the same thing on the phone, 2 or 3 times, and I'll call again a couple days later, and it'll be the same stories,
Yeah.
And it's kind of sad, You live all these years, and then you build up all these memories, and then you lose them at the end.
Correct.
kind of brutal, in my opinion. But you know, I guess that's part of living is the other part's dying.
It's the cycle of life.
But if you,
yep.
If you really, I mean, it's kind of like my theory on Monday being the greatest day of the week, but it's kind of like we're born with a countdown clock. You know, we're already headed for death. You know what I mean? It's kind of, I guess you can't focus on it, just do the best we can. But anyway, I don't have a whole lot. We still haven't got no rain. I didn't smell any smoke tonight so far, but it's still dry. High and dry in Florida.
Dry as a bone.
You can imagine that.
Yep.
Yeah, dry as a bone. But anyway, Marine Corps shout out to Semper Fi, shout out to Knuckle Buster and Truckin' Phil and all of our fellow leathernecks out there. You can call us. We can call each other jarheads, but unless you're a Marine, you can't call us a jarhead.
Oh, okay.
You know, those are fighting words. Those are fighting words if it's the wrong person.
Oh, so you want to
call somebody?
If I call him a jarhead, he wants to kick my rear. Okay. Have a great weekend and enjoy your greatest day of the week.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Vice President J.D. Vance says that Mike Waltz is not being fired from his role as National Security Advisor.
I think the media wants to frame this as a firing. Donald Trump has fired a lot of people. He doesn't give them Senate-confirmed appointments afterwards. What he thinks is that Mike Waltz is going to better serve the administration, most importantly, the American people in that role, and I happen to agree with him.
Vance spoke on Fox News, where he said the decision for Waltz to leave his position is in fact a promotion, as President Trump has nominated him to become the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. The maternal mortality rate in the U.S. is rising.
The maternal mortality rate rose to 19 deaths per 100,000 live births, which is up from 18.6 in 2023. Excessive bleeding, blood vessel blockages, and infections were among the leading causes. Past research has also found wide racial disparities, with black women dying at 3 times the rate of white women. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Yes, indeed, as we roll into a Friday. Yeah, Buckeye Boys said they got a lot of rain. Got about 3/4 of an inch of rain this past morning. And it all came down in a very short amount of time. That's a downpour. Hello, Eskimo Mom. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Yeah, happy Friday for you, hump day for me, whatever day. We're 4 days from Ohio's special election or primary. So come Tuesday, I'll be doing my 14-hour day at the precinct, working the polls, making sure voters can cast their ballot as easy as we can possibly make it. Check with your local board of election or Secretary of State website for your state to see what's on your ballot. See where you're voting at. Anyway, got the regular run tonight. Some off and on showers, 65 degrees, rolling Interstate 71. Be safe, have a good weekend when you get to it. There's the Iron Duck. Roll call, truckers. Hope everybody enjoys their Friday, gets home safely. We're right now 64 degrees in Middletown, Ohio. And to answer your question, Captain Ron, watermelon lights, according to Daniel, it's just another fancy name for chicken lights. Yeah, not to be mistaken to any connection to the watermelon roast. You have to be an old-time listener to know what a watermelon roast is. All right, morning, Steve. David checks in, headed to the beach this weekend, Clearwater, Florida. All right, enjoy your weekend. Of course, this weekend, Derby weekend, all right? It's been Derby week, but counting down now, the 151st running of the Kentucky Derby, presented by Woodford Reserve. Saturday, Churchill Downs, offering not only a purse of $5 million with $3.1 million going to the winning connections, but it also sets the stage for one of the entrants to become world famous with a victory in the greatest 2 minutes in sports. All right, all the analysis, the analysts have been breaking down the probability of a winning horse. But what do we have? Action tonight, Friday from 1 to 2:30 and then 5 to 6 p.m. You can catch coverage on Fox Sports 2 or the USA Network. The post time varies on FanDuel Television. Saturday, coverage from noon to 2:30 on USA Network. Then all afternoon from noon to 6 p.m. on FS2, 2:30 to 7:30 coverage via NBC. Post times vary. Then you've got Sunday action from 1 to 5:30 on Fox Sports 2. And in the Kentucky Derby, the likely betting choice will be Journalism, who appears to be a legitimate favorite based on his record and how fast he's run. In addition, Journalism may be the beneficiary of the contested early pace in this year's Derby, which should be much faster than average. With this mid-pack running style, Journalism can take advantage at the point when the horses which are on the lead pressing the pace setters tire. They get tired. 4 of the 7 runners that drew to the inside of Journalism, who's going to be breaking from position number 8, appear to be horses which need the lead to win. Now, in most races, around 2 turns, drawing the inside can present an advantage, as running near the rail is the shortest way around. However, in the Derby, having an inside post can actually be a disadvantage for horses that like to lead early in a race, because many horses are going to move closer to the rail to avoid losing ground by going wide on the first turn, and some will expend a good deal of energy to do that too early in the race. This forces horses that like to run in front early to go faster than they otherwise might, to gain a forward position before their opponents get to the inside paths. We saw exactly this type of early pace scenario in last year's Derby, when the first quarter mile was run in 22.97 seconds, the first half mile in 46.63. This resulted in the horses that were first, second, and third through the first part of the race to ultimately finish 11th, 17th, and 15th, respectively. Yeah, very similar in the 2023 Derby. Opening quarter mile, 22:35. The opening half, 45:73. That result there was the top 4 horses in the early stages ended up 16th, 14th, 13th, and 17th, respectively. I didn't realize how significant the draw, where you draw your starting position. It makes a big difference, apparently. All right, Lord Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve, 55 degrees. Yes, he trip South Dakota. We got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed south with Canadian heifers for the Kansas State University Research Feedlot. It's an epic night for trailer trucking, and a special shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Hutchinson County. All right, hey, Mike. Morning, Horse Feathers.
No, it's, hey, Becky.
Oh.
Kind of casual Friday. So, I guess it's her day to be stuck in the middle. What was that band there, Steelers Wheel or something there, stuck in the middle with you? Clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right.
Yeah.
Stuck in the middle with you. Yeah. So, anyways, I'm sure that's about how she feels out here sometimes. But, so Captain Ron, so a watermelon light is a raised globe, kind of like a half dome. Well, it's a dome. It's not a half a dome. It's a whole dome. But it's usually like 2.5, 3 inches wide diameter at the base, and usually it'll stand out 2, maybe 3 inches, depending on the size. They have variable sizes, and a lot of times you can either get them in glass or plastic lenses, and of course you can get them in all colors, especially now because LED and everything. And a lot of times they'll have a texture to them. They'll either be grooved or, have some sort of texture, or you can probably get them in a smooth surface as well, depending on what you want to have. But they're not just a regular flat light. The ones that actually stick out from the surface where you mount them from.
Okay.
So anyways, it's about the best description I can give you. The only other thing I can say is go to Rainey's.com and look up watermelon lights on the internet there and get a big picture of them. And then when you get the big picture of them, you'll get the big price tag to go with them. But anyway, I don't know. I guess you get some $25 discount or something there if you order from Rainey's.com.
That's what they're saying.
There.
Yes.
Yeah. So speaking of advertising and that, listening on your newscast there, that we're so glad to have the USA News back. But are they having a little bit of transgender or gender identification problem with the advertising people that they have on there? Have you listened to that advertisement there about the two cowboys there, and they're asking why they can't teletype there anymore, and they say old Jethro's fault for going clickety-clack with his teletype on Bessie the steer? Excuse me? Bessie the steer?
I hadn't actually noticed that.
I'm surprised Lauren Weiss hasn't called in about that.
I mean, I know it's all about not texting while driving, but...
well, teletyping, yeah. You can't use your teletype. But I'm surprised old Lauren hadn't called in there. Does he haul very many steers named Bessie out there on that chrome-plated cow truck? I'm just asking there. I don't know. Does he have to hang the rainbow on the front there where the sign is up on the front of the cattle wagon when he's got the Bessies on? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Just asking there. Who's identifying as what, out there? But anyways, I don't know. What else we got going for you? So as far as Scarecrow's mom goes, I don't know if you remembered offhand or not, but she had her 100th birthday here not too long ago.
No, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember. I thought she had just recently hit 100 years old. Yeah.
Absolutely. She's into triple digits. The kids came back there from over in South Korea, and everybody was there to celebrate.
Yep.
So, So all the best to her. Always wishing her the best. And it was kind of funny there. Whenever I talked to Scarecrow off the air there, I'd talk to him in the mornings before he was getting back to park his truck, and he'd be saying, "Yeah, I gotta go see Mom on the way home." And I'd always say, "Well, say hi for me." And so he'd go and he'd say and tell his mom hi from Horse Feathers, and she'd always get a kick out of that. So anyways, I sent him a text message there to say hi for me. But anyways, so wishing them all the best. But kind of special there was when somebody's parents make it to the 100-year mark there, and she was still very, very good, and very aware, and was still pretty much living on her own, pretty close to somewhere being 99, and then they had to do a little bit of assisted living, but she was still pretty independent.
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, it's just anyways, we'll let that go with that. But I don't know. The looks like trying to figure out your whole weather forecast and prediction there. Our local people said that Saturday's supposed to be a halfway decent day through most of the day, and chance of showers in the afternoon, possibly later in the afternoon. So we're gonna roll with that, because our State Fire Museum here is located just north of Baltimore, and they actually have a steam day they're going to have there. So they're actually getting the old steam engine out and going to put some fire underneath it and water in the boiler and see if they can make some water pump with it, and got a bunch of other old-time stuff they're going to work with there. But we got a spot to park the fire engine down there, so we're going to roll down there early Saturday morning and get parked where we need to be, and but give them a hand there with their show, and hopefully have a good day there. Last year was kind of an overcast day, had some sprinkles kind of off and on, but nothing to be terrible about. But hopefully maybe this year will be a little drier. We'll see what happens. And anyways, we'll go with that. And if looks like the people that we got to do the drill with for the rural water supply here last weekend they're going to have another thing coming up at the end of this month now, down here in Baltimore County, right on the harbor. Well, not on the harbor, on the bay, part of the bay, one of the marinas on the bay. And they're actually going to bring fire boats in, and they're going to supply water to the engines on land from the fire boats. So it's going to be kind of an interesting thing to see how you connect hoses up to the fire boats and how they get to pump and work. And so we're gonna be down there to do that on the 24th, a couple Saturdays from after Mother's Day. So, but anyway, so we got a pretty busy month planned here. We're got a whole bunch of stuff going on. Fire engine's getting busy again. So,
and this is your annual Fallen Firefighters Memorial Weekend, I believe.
Correct. Yeah, it's been they've been asking people to have the red lights on all week this week, and then as you say, this weekend is the Fallen Firefighters Memorial whole deal going on. So, yep. So we got a whole bunch of stuff there going on all the time, it seems like. And but anyways, I don't know. Not too much in the trucking news. The one thing I did see here, kind of local trucking, was the little propane delivery truck there that was apparently going somewhere to make a delivery and went across a bridge he wasn't supposed to, because I guess it was marked at 5 tons, and so that was the reason that the bridge did not withstand the truck going across it.
He was what, more than double that, right? He was like what, 12, 13?
Yeah, he was probably somewhere in the mid 20,000s, so he was probably 12, 13, 14 tons, somewhere in there. And it's just, when the little bridge says 5 tons and it's just a little one-lane thing, and you kind of gotta be careful with that type of stuff. But I don't know if he was going in, if it was kind of a spot that he had to go into to make a delivery that their way, I would assume, and whether he's following GPS and it said, well, here's a quicker route or something like that. I don't know. Didn't really hear any of the details about it, but yeah, as always, be aware of your surroundings and make sure that you're always the one in charge of what you're going across and paying attention and not following somebody else's directions. If you do, you always make sure what they gave you is correct for what you're doing.
The GPS, so If it says 5 tons, it won't handle 13. That is correct. Hey, we'll be right back.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
That's not secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
hello to Daryl this Friday morning. What's going on, Daryl?
Good morning, Steve. How's the family and how's Stryker?
All are doing well. Stryker's still kind of cooped up in his cage for a few more days till the doctor gives... Steven's back to work, but he hasn't been authorized to have the dog out there with him yet. He's got one more doctor that's supposed to sign off here, I think, on the 5th. And Steven said if the doctor don't sign off on it, he's going to whip his ass.
I've seen some of those training exercises here in Fairfield with the K9 units, and them boys put on them gloves and suits, get treated pretty rough out in the open field.
Yes, sir.
It's a job I would not volunteer for. Tell Horse Feathers we need one of those fire trucks over here in Hamilton. The Texas Roadhouse caught on fire tonight about 8 o'clock, they said.
I saw that, yeah. I saw video of the flames coming out of the roof. I don't know how much damage was done, but I guess, weren't they in the process, supposedly, of like already building another one out there that was going to replace that old one?
Yes, down by Myers, and that had already been approved. And that place is always packed on Thursday, Friday, Saturday night, and they said they had to call in the medics. So evidently it was burning while people were inside.
Mm-hmm.
That could be very dangerous. When I moved here 50 years ago, the fire over there at Beverly Hills in Kentucky burned up, what was it, 185 people lost their lives in that fire?
Yes, that was horrible.
And then the following Easter, there was a man shot 7 members of his family here in Hamilton, sitting at the kitchen table as they come in the front door somewhere or other. And I thought, man, I'm going to move back to Kentucky. This place is too rough for me.
Well, I think when all was said and done there, they did say the medics were on the scene. I guess there was concern that some may have possibly had some smoke inhalation, but no one was actually taken to the hospital, so that was good.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. We go over there with the Grange, and they give us a discount, and we have dinner there occasionally. And it's always crowded. It's just, and the parking is terrible in that spot where they're at. You just can't hardly find a parking place there on Friday or Saturday night. That tells you that steakhouses are still popular around the country.
Yes, indeed.
Well, do you have a horse picked out for Saturday in the race?
Actually, no, not at this point. I haven't done a whole lot of research, but I just have a sneaky suspicion that with Bob Baffert having been suspended for 3 years, and he's got one that's at 12-1. I think that's going to be starting. I don't know. The one horse that he was actually hoping had the best hopes on pulled the number 1 slot, and that's going to be a bad place for him. But I don't know. Whatever that horse that's 12-1 that Baffert owns, I think I might put a little money on him.
Well, I always follow the Arkansas Derby winner, and his name was Sandman this year, so I always root for the Arkansas Derby winner. And sometimes he wins.
Mm-hmm.
The Arkansas Derby winner has won 2 or 3 races at the Kentucky Derby in the last 20 years or so. My son lives in Louisville, and he rents out his entire house for same family come every year. he just moves out and rents out his house. I'll let you go, and I want to know I enjoy the show, and I use that extreme gasoline that keeps my engines purring over here.
Well, we appreciate that. Thanks for supporting the program there, Daryl. Have a great weekend. And I did see somewhere down the line there was a blurb that apparently in some form or fashion, every horse in the Derby this weekend has some tie to the lineage of Secretariat from back in, 1973, whatever it was. I'll have to see if I can find that again. But every horse in the field, Yeah, everybody trying to have another secretariat, right? Okay, Double R, if you can hold through the news break, we got you coming up here and several others online, rolling into a Friday, second day of May. All right, rolling into the weekend, our number 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
That's not secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The White House says if policies of former President Biden and Vice President Harris had continued, it would have ended the American Republic. That's what Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller said during a press conference this morning.
And the only thing Americans want to hear from Kamala Harris is an apology for joining Joe Biden. Remember, she was the border czar, joining Joe Biden in aiding and abetting the invasion of our country.
He criticized the previous administration's border and economic policies. This comes as President Trump marked his first 100 days back in office earlier this week. Last night, Harris gave a speech at a gala in San Francisco where she went after Trump's tariff policies. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is doubling down on his goal of defeating Hamas.
According to the Times of Israel, Netanyahu spoke during an Independence Day event in Jerusalem and added that returning hostages held by Hamas is also a very important goal. However, the Hostages and Missing Families Forum said Netanyahu's comments were alarming given the condition of previously released captives. Netanyahu's comments come as Israel's military has returned to the Gaza Strip with ceasefire talks seemingly stalled. I'm Brian Shook.
The White House will not confirm reports that it asked El Salvador about the status of Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
He was deported to El Salvador in what the White House said was an administrative error, but has since said he's a member of the MS-13 gang. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has reportedly been in touch with El Salvador about Garcia. During a cabinet meeting, Rubio told reporters he won't comment. Next week, the administration is facing a court-ordered deadline to provide an update on steps taken to return Garcia. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Stocks closed mixed starting off the new month.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 83 points. The S&P 500 gained 35 points. The Nasdaq rose by 264 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
A 2-day strike by more than 55,000 Los Angeles County employees is over.
The strike ended at 7 o'clock Wednesday night with no contract agreement in place. Members of the Service Employees International Union have been demanding a new contract with improved wages and benefits. The union has accused the county of unfair labor practices and failing to fairly negotiate a new contract, which county officials deny. SEIU 721 is the largest union in LA County. It has members in 36 of 38 county departments. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A woman in the east central portion of Mississippi was arrested for SNAP fraud.
Officials say the woman, identified as Deidre Blair, received over $43,000 in benefits by inaccurately reporting household income. The investigation by the Mississippi Department of Human Services led to an indictment of Blair secured by the Oktibbeha County District Attorney. The MDHS Inspector General, Sandra Griffith, praised the collaboration of investigative teams, county offices, and law enforcement. Blair surrendered to authorities on April 24th. Suspected fraud can be reported to MDHS online by phone or email. I'm Joe Morano.
The San Diego District Attorney says Democrats in Sacramento have betrayed vulnerable children after they pulled a bill on sex trafficking.
San Diego County DA Summer Stephan says a critical part of AB 379 was pulled by Democrats in the Assembly Public Safety Committee. The bill would have made buying a 16 or 17-year-old for sex a felony in California. The district attorney called the decision to not punish sex traffickers an inhumane failure. I'm Jack Cronin.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, that means we're rolling into a brand new day. It would be a Friday. I'll give you a little more on the National Fallen Firefighters Memorial Weekend, which is this weekend. First, let's get to Double R. What's going on?
How you doing?
Can't complain. Hanging with them.
Don't do no good. I guess Demon is out in the water now, I guess.
He'd been on a cruise. I think he's been out there all week, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, what was he doing? 2 8-day cruises back to back?
I believe that was the case, yes. I mean, that's a lot of cruising. Now, he's been out there almost a week. How much do you think he's got left in the bank, based on casino losses?
He's probably broke. He's probably, yeah. But I was talking to Jim, Jim and Sue, And he was telling me that Jay Warren had to go back home because his father wasn't doing well. So I guess Scott's out there by himself.
Oh, really?
So
wow.
Yeah, I thought, wow, that's So anyhow, hey Steve, did that executive order for the truck drivers, it's already in effect, right? I mean, are they supposed to start doing all this stuff to these truck drivers, or
July?
Did they give a date when it was?
July 25th.
Okay.
July 25. Yep. 60 days.
Oh, okay. Okay.
They
and there was something
the
else.
CVSA, they just passed
Go
that.
ahead.
They just passed that this past day. The CVSA they had 3 recommendations that came down. I think it was on Wednesday. Thursday, they actually passed all 3 of those recommendations. I'll break it down for you coming up here, but yeah, July 25th is when it actually goes in effect. Yep.
Okay. And I was reading an article on Fox News that President Trump, it might be old news, I don't know, but I was reading it today, but President Trump and Zelensky, he signed a mineral deal.
Yes.
For United States. So, yeah, so that's a good deal. That ain't old news, is it? I mean, did it happen today, or?
I think it happened on Wednesday, maybe. But yeah, that means we will have a vested interest in Ukraine, which that'll have to give Vladimir Putin pause on what he's doing.
Right. They said what? Some of the minerals was magnesium, titanium, and some other stuff, and then so. But anyhow, I just wanted to call in, say good morning to you and Sis. I'm sure she's up listening, but anyhow, we're over here on 81. I'm getting ready to start waving at Gilligan. I'm getting ready to go by Roanoke, so we're headed back down to Bowling Green, and I got to do a drop and hook and head back north tomorrow, or as soon as I get down there, back up to Pennsylvania. So anyhow, I'm listening with you, brother, and if I have anything else, I'll give you a holler. And if not, you and family have a wonderful weekend.
All right. Mama's got her big Derby Day party planned. Too bad you can't be here.
Hey, I can always make surprises, so you never know.
Hey, the more the merrier, Double R. If you swing on through.
All right, brother.
She's pretty excited about it.
All right, buddy.
All right, we'll see.
All right.
Yeah,
we
got Uncle Fred, who's been he's been battling some cancer issues, bladder and whatnot. So he's not been in the best of health, but he's saying he's feeling up to maybe coming over. And then of course her sister Lois. We don't get to see her very often at all. And her husband are planning to come down, and we're all just going to get together and have kind of a little family reunion, Derby Day party. There's lots to cover in regards to the English language proficiency thing. A lot to digest. Shorty just shared a story from Overdrive this past day that says that this could possibly sideline as many as 100,000 drivers. But let's start with the update from OOIDA this past day, prompted by the OOIDA petition that was followed by the presidential executive order. The Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance voting this past day to make lack of English proficiency part of the out-of-service criteria for truckers. Again, someone had posted on our Facebook, I think last night, that that Trump made that's a stupid thing for Trump to do. He's going to force a lot of drivers out of work. It wasn't Trump's doing. This has been on the books since 1936, folks. It was just taken off the out-of-service criteria under President Obama at the time. But they're returning the out-of-service criteria. And they kind of explain why they are bringing it back, citing safety. OOIDA petitioned the alliance back in early March to return noncompliance to the out-of-service criteria. It was an out-of-service violation from 2005 up until 2015. That's when the CVSA voted to remove it from the out-of-service criteria. Yeah, the alliance meeting this week in New Orleans, and things really heated up the afternoon of Monday when the president signed that executive order, following the March 1 executive order where he declared English as the official language of the United States. This week's executive order calls for upholding the English proficiency requirements as outlined in the little green book, Section 391.11b2. In order to accomplish this, the order directs the FMCSA to work with the relevant entities responsible for establishing that out-of-service criteria. That means the CVSA. The order gave a 60-day deadline for affected parties and agencies to get to work. So Tuesday, as I mentioned, the Driver and Traffic Committee with the CVSA voted to recommend. They sent down not one, but 3 recommendations. Because of Trump's executive order, the Driver and Traffic Committee also voted to recommend that the Executive Committee petition the FMCSA to change that rule, 391.11b2, to specifically state lack of English proficiency is indeed, again, an out-of-service violation. This was a direct result of Trump's executive order. Also, the Driver and Traffic Committee also recommended that the Executive Committee petition the FMCSA to require harmonization of CDL testing in the English language. At the heart of that request is the current ability for the states to give written portions of the CDL examines in languages other than English. It was recommended to the Executive Committee. The Driver and Traffic Committee noted that if drivers take the test in a language other than English and they're given a CDL, they're immediately faced with an out-of-service condition for driver qualifications because they don't speak English. The Executive Committee adopted all 3 of those recommendations this past day, Thursday, May the 1st. Now, this has always been about safety. This isn't about where somebody's from. It's about safety, your safety, my safety. If you cannot communicate with law enforcement or read road signs, you are creating a dangerous situation. The fact that the regulation has been on the books since 1936 proves it's been a safety concern for a long time. But what transpired here, that for the longest, we didn't have that many drivers that could not read or speak English out there. That has changed exponentially in the last 10, 20 years. Now, OOIDA says, of course, we're pleased to see the CVSA take these very common sense practical steps to get control of the situation that all highway users face. He said following those final votes, this has never been about where you're from. Turning a blind eye to enforcement, for whatever the reason, was never the right answer. Now, not only do we have English proficiency back in the out-of-service criteria, the CVSA is smartly pointing out that the CDL licensing process, it is the gateway for non-compliant drivers to obtain CDLs. That needs to be shut down. The training and testing required to get a CDL should be comprehensive and thorough enough to assure that all the driver has, so all drivers have what it takes to operate safely. Now, many kind of wonder why this started with the CVSA. It's not commonly understood how enforcement of the regulations is determined. While the FMCSA sets the regulations, it hands over to the CVSA the responsibility to enforce most of them and determine whether vehicles or drivers will be put out of service for violating the rules. The FMCSA has never taken the English proficiency rule out of their book of regulations. Going back to 2005, at that point, the CVSA considered noncompliance an out-of-service violation. Now, this is where it kind of gets interesting. The problem was there weren't a lot of out-of-service orders handed out. The English proficiency regulation, which was then enforced as part of the CVSA's criteria, resulted in 101,000 and some change violations back in 2014. But only 4,036 of those drivers were actually placed out of service. Rather than start issuing more out-of-service orders, the CVSA voted in 2015 to drop the enforcement of the English proficiency regulation to the criteria. So this meeting this week was returning English proficiency non-compliance back to the criteria by the group that was tasked with holding the keys to the out-of-service criteria. So what is next? During the vote, a secondary motion was offered and accepted to invoke the emergency clause to have it put into the out-of-service criteria within 60 days. That means the implementation date, rather. I told Double R it was July 20. It's actually June 25. June 25. Now, as for the petitions, there will be some wait and see as to what happens once they're officially presented to the Department of Transportation and the FMCSA. Todd Spencer said there's more work to be done, but what we have today is really a good first step in the right direction. Let me take you over to the Overdrive report, where this is the first I've seen of some of the possible numbers where they're saying as many as 100,000 drivers could find themselves out of service due to the lack of the English proficiency. First, we see that some foreign truck drivers, according to reports, are quitting the industry because of this order Monday to restart the English proficiency. One Spanish-speaking driver spoke to CBS Miami. He said, it's an awful law, adding that he has seen many truck drivers putting their trucks on sale all of a sudden. The Cuban-American community could be one of the most affected. It's estimated between 20 and 25,000 truck drivers of Cuban origin are active in the United States, many of whom have limited proficiency in English. The requirement to pass an official test could pose an additional hurdle for their job security, they say. Some industry officials objecting to Trump's enforcement of the safety rule that was ended by President Obama back in 2016. This driver says, I think it's more political propaganda by President Trump. This is going to definitely, in my opinion, create a crisis. There's a driver shortage as it is. Of course, there's not. He cites some of the numbers from the ATA, 70,000 drivers, because the new generation are not coming into the industry. Dia's company is paid to help diverse drivers meet industry licensing and safety rules. Advocates for drivers say the supposed shortage of drivers, as we know, is just industry PR to hide low wages, terrible working conditions. The industry literally chews up new drivers, hindering the creation of a stable professional workforce. NBC Miami also reported trucker Hermes Duran says he can at least communicate and speak in English, but he realizes if his English is not good enough, an official could force him out of service, which essentially means He could be out of a job if they don't understand him. Miguel Campos said he doubts trucking security has much to do with the language, but this is where things are. A growing number of Americans have been killed by foreign contract drivers, including many Sikh drivers from India, using their B-1 visitor visas to legally get jobs as truckers. Basic English skills are essential for reading critical road signs, understanding emergency instructions, interacting with law enforcement. Todd Spencer earlier this week said road signs save lives, but only when they're understood. All right, industry officials say that the administration has to take some additional steps to help the trucking industry recover from Biden's migration policy. Biden's deputies added a massive number of migrants to the trucking industry as they tried to inflate his Bidenomics economy with foreign workers. Foreign workers, consumers, renters. There is a prominent trucking insurance executive that said he estimates more than 40% of the truck drivers in the U.S. are first-generation immigrants. Industry executive Craig Fuller says he believes maybe 10% of the total truck driver population does not speak English proficiently. That's trying to digest some of the numbers. So a lot's been going on that front. Plenty of other industry headlines we'll get to, but let's jump down to Brain Dead here on a Friday. Morning, Brain Dead.
Morning there, Steve-O. I see you're ready for the weekend, right?
Aren't we always ready for the weekend?
You have to define weekend. Mine's going to be doing that nasty W word along with listening to some baseball games and maybe a couple races, Steve.
Yeah.
But yeah, I got us a turkey to deep fry for Memorial Day because, it's never too late to deep fry turkey. And we forgot to get a few extra during the holidays because somehow, some reason, these stores think you only eat whole turkeys between November and December. I don't understand it too, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
No, let me get back to what we was talking about last night with the whole NFL and Shamar and all of that. I don't know where I left off at, but Shiloh is Shamar's brother, and he was signed as a free agent to the Bucs. Now, the NFL training camp starts in mid-July, which is around the 16th. Now, the key date to watch, now circle this on your calendar, is August 27th because that's when they're going to trim the roster to 53. The reason that is very important is it doesn't matter how you was drafted, what number you were drafted, doesn't matter if you're a free agent. When you get to this training camp, you still have to play like the combine, and you still have to show them that you need a spot on the team because they can cut you. Now, here's the other thing too, and I saw this blurb that the Canadian Football League has offered the Sanders twins a spot on one of their teams. That is what I would do if I was one of them. I would go to the CFL, the college football, Canadian Football League up there, play for a few years, and then come back down because, and this is the thing a lot of people that are non-sports do not understand, is why did Shamar go on after his second year? Steve, I want you to look something up on YouTube. There's a guy out there named Inky Johnson, I-N-K-Y Johnson. And I want you to find a specific YouTube video of where he was at the All-State conference doing a motivational speech. And I want you to pay attention to his story because a lot of these kids, I'm not talking about Shamar and all of them, I'm talking about the other 75% of the kids, come from this. And they do this to get better, to get to the NFL. Because all these kids start off with the Pee Wee football leagues, that's what they want to go, is to be in the NFL. And what these coaches will do is they'll come into you and go, hey, Steve, listen, I know you're only a sophomore, but look, if you just go ahead and declare for the draft, you can go the first round. I guarantee you. But they don't understand is you're going to go up against 500 other people who could be equal or better than you. It's always better to play out to the fourth year. Now, the question did come up about Patrick Mahomes. He was a 10th overall pick, but in the first round. But he was traded to the Chiefs from Buffalo because they wanted to trade up. So, but Steve, do you want to smash a break and we come back over to NASCAR?
Yeah, we are up to the bottom of the hour news break coming up here. I look at Inky Johnson, husband, father, collegiate athlete, entrepreneur, and author, listed as one of the most highly sought-after speakers in the world. I guess a motivational speaker. What would it cost for you to book him? Estimated speaking fee ranges from, say, 30 to 50 grand. Wow. Cost you a few bucks to book Inky Johnson for your event, for your keynote speech.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The White House says if policies of former President Biden and Vice President Harris had continued, it would have ended the American Republic. That's what Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller said during a press conference this morning.
And the only thing Americans want to hear from Kamala Harris is an apology for joining Joe Biden. And remember, she was the border czar, joining Joe Biden in aiding and abetting the invasion of our country.
He criticized the previous administration's border and economic policies. This comes as President Trump marked his first 100 days back in office earlier this week. Last night, Harris gave a speech at a gala in San Francisco where she went after Trump's tariff policies. Stocks closed mixed starting off the new month.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 83 points. The S&P 500 gained 35 points. The Nasdaq rose by 264 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, back at it here, where we leave off. Oh, yeah, we were going to come back, talk a little NASCAR. Where are we at? Is it Texas this weekend?
Yep, we're at Texas this weekend. Now, the thing to remember is Texas and Homestead are similar tracks. They're similar. I didn't say exact. I said very similar.
Right.
So this weekend, I'm gonna pick Kyle Larson, Ryan Blaney, Tyler Reddick, and yes, a long shot of Bubba Wallace to win. Now, most people say, well, why would you take Bubba? He's kind of a mediocre. Go back and look at the spring race. He was running very good all day. You can't pass him up. Now, let's go back to the Talladega race. Now, the Xfinity race, Austin Green and Matt Benedetto was penalized for $25,000, and they lost 20 points. This was an issue over the rear bumper cover. NASCAR didn't clarify it. So Matt Benedetto did finish 5th. These were discovered before the race. So now also too, Christopher Bell had the pretty bad accident right there and on the back stretch. NASCAR did say this week they're going to modify the wall. They're going to bring it out another 5 degrees. They said the 5-degree angle is part of the access road that goes for the emergency vehicles. So they're going to straighten that out now and put the safer barrier up. Now, one other thing too, he did credit the Hans device and the cockpit safety for his him not being seriously injured.
Right.
Now, also too, Connor Zilich is going to be out at the Xfinity race this weekend. He is going to be replaced with Kyle Larson. So there's that this weekend. Now, the big thing that I've hit on, and I'm going to kind of tie this together with another little thing here. Kyle Larson did an interview here, I think about a week or so ago, and he said he intends to embarrass the Xfinity drivers. And I kind of agree with him on this. Now, you may sound to people as he's being cocky and arrogant, yes, but let's as Paul Harvey used to say, let's get the rest of the story here. He wants to really show how not prepared these drivers are and that they're not ready for the Cup. Now, he does have a valid point. Harvick has said this for many years,
And he also said in the same interview that they don't understand how cutthroat the racing is. That he also said in the quote, they think they're good enough they think they're in a good enough spot, but they don't know where the bar is. Now, let's fast forward. Ty Gibbs was in Xfinity, and he bumped up into Cup, I think about a year or so ago. Look at where he's at right now in the point system. Is pretty self-explanatory because he still is yet to win a race. Now, yes, he did good at Talladega, but heck, if you put my little dog in a car and go run around the track, they probably do about the same thing. So let's throw the Talladega and Daytona races out. Let's look at all the other races. But he hasn't, and speaking of that, he hasn't won a race. So they need to really do something to help Xfinity. They need they need extra practice. Same thing with the trucks. They need extra practice. Something along that line. They also need a mentor, a sponsor. They need people like the Kyle Larson to bring in the sponsorship dollars to get known. ARCA now is taking off. Why? Cletus McFarland. It's not hard to figure out. But I do think that they do need to tweak this policy a little bit because they've said, remember back years ago, these Cup drivers would come in every race and just run around. And I do agree with that because they're trying to help these kids out. But now you can't come in for the playoff races and run Xfinity if you're Cup. And I do agree with that. But they do need better mentoring. Now, remember we said that Rodney Childers was let go at Spire Motorsports. Remember all this? Mm-hmm. Well, here's why everything came out, because the owner, Jeff Dickerson, said this in an interview. He said there wasn't no clicking between Justin Haley and Rodney Childers, and there was no communication. Now, Justin Haley is an old soul driver, and Rodney Childers is an old school driver. Now, what they're saying here, Justin Haley had to be propped up and encouraged and have this, attaboy, keep it going. And Rodney Childers is like, hey, you'll figure it out on your own. And that's where I was getting at with all of that. And that kind of falls back to the whole Xfinity thing I was just saying about, because he's not prepared to move up the Cup, but he came up too quick. And Rodney Childers is probably trying to help him, but he doesn't want the help. And I mean, it's Jeff Dickerson said, well, there's no communication on the radio. Okay, what do you want? Swapping recipes? Phone numbers for the wife's best friend? Right. But now the rumor in the garage. Now this is just a rumor, is that he is going to go help on the Kyle Busch car, which I'm not going to say much on that. Ty Gibbs or Ryan Preece, and there's other teams that are being kicked around right now. So Rodney Childers would be an asset to any program. But it just feels like that at Spire, they did not give him the chance to make things better, because you can't build a championship-winning team without a championship-winning crew chief. It's like going and playing in NFL with a third-string quarterback that doesn't know what he's doing. Same thing, I mean, I don't get it. But Steve, I got some more stuff. I want to hold off till Monday, Steve. But you have a good weekend, my friend.
All right, you do the same, and we'll talk next week. A little bit of controversy. Mike Walsh, of course, who had been kind of in the headlines after that little debacle with that. What was that little chat thing where you end up President Trump announcing he was national security advisor. They're trying to make it sound like he's getting a promotion. Technically, he is. He picks him to become our United Nations ambassador. I'm pleased to announce I will be nominating Mike Walsh to be the next U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. From his time in uniform on the battlefield, in Congress, and as my national security advisor, Mike has worked hard to put our nation's interest first. That was his post yesterday. I know he'll do the same in his new role, but in the interim, Secretary of State Marco Rubio will serve as a national security advisor. In other words, Rubio right now is wearing, three or four different hats as he continues his leadership at the State Department. Together, we'll continue to fight to make America great and make the world safe again. All right, news broke early yesterday that both Mike Waltz and his deputy, Alex Wong, were out as members of the White House staff. Both of these two were kind of implicated in that it was Signalgate, where the reporter was inadvertently added into the messaging app conversation. Now, Waltz and Wong both released Thursday. Many media outlets had reported that opponents of the Trump administration had their first scalp, and they've been calling for Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth to go as well. But in what they describe as a rather stunning turn of events, Waltz was actually promoted to a cabinet-level post. Waltz responding to the appointment, stating, "I'm deeply honored to continue my service to President Trump and our great nation." USA Today reported Waltz is a 27-year veteran of the U.S. Army National Guard after he graduated from Virginia Military Institute. Commissioned into the Army as a lieutenant, became a Green Beret, part of the Army Special Forces, deployed several times to combat zones in the Middle East, Africa, Afghanistan, awarded 4 Bronze Stars, 2 for valor. He retired with the rank of colonel. Now, it was just last month, President Trump actually pulled Representative Elise Stefanik of New York from his ambassador nominee, stating at the time, "I've asked Elise, as one of my biggest allies, to stay in Congress to help me deliver historic tax cuts, great jobs, economic growth, a secure border, and much, much more." Now, with a very tight majority, I don't want to take a chance on anyone else running for Elise's seat, he said, which was probably a smart move in New York, right? Yeah, Republicans being elected in that state are few and far between. Now, he said there are others that can do a good job at the United Nations. Therefore, Elise will stay in Congress, rejoin the House leadership team, and continue to fight for our amazing people. To which he said Speaker Johnson is thrilled. But the back and forth, some saying Waltz was pretty much fired for being a big dummy with the signal chat thing. But I guess are the Dems now pulling their hair out that he actually got a cabinet post? 844-844-3388, the number to dial us up this morning. Eagle got you coming up here. Plowboys on board. Send your heat wave and on down the line. Are you an Apple iPhone user? Cybersecurity experts are warning Apple users update your devices immediately after researchers uncovered a critical flaw in the company's what they call AirPlay system that can allow hackers to access private data, deploy malware, and even eavesdrop on conversations, according to the New York Post. A newly discovered vulnerability known as Airborne is putting millions of Apple users at risk, according to the cybersecurity researchers who say the flaw enables the hacker to infiltrate devices connected to the same Wi-Fi network, including in public locations like the airport, a Starbucks, a cafe, in the office. The threat targets Apple's AirPlay protocol and software development, or SDK as they call it, which are widely used to stream media between devices wirelessly. This flaw could give hackers backdoor access to various gadgets, including iPhones, smart TVs, and even car systems. Now, because AirPlay is used in such a wide variety of devices, there's a lot that's going to take probably years to patch, or they may never get patched. Now, the Israeli-based cybersecurity firm Oligo said, and it's all because of vulnerabilities in one piece of software that affects pretty much everything. Anyway, researchers uncovered 23 flaws in the AirPlay framework, some of which affect devices users may not even be actively using. Bluetooth speakers or outdated set-top boxes still connected to the network can all be gateways for attackers. If a hacker can get on the same network as one of these devices, they can gain control and use it as a stepping stone to reach everything else. Now, Apple has issued security updates. Users are encouraged to install the latest software immediately. Many third-party manufacturers that use AirPlay technology have not yet provided updates for their products. That is a delay that experts say could have serious consequences. When third-party manufacturers integrate Apple technologies like AirPlay, obviously Apple no longer has direct control over the hardware or the patching process. If these third-party vendors drag their feet or skip updates entirely, it could leave users exposed, and it might chip away at consumer trust in the entire Apple ecosystem. So I guess that's not necessarily good news for Apple, but we return into...
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, I got a Friday coming on here, second day of May already. Can you believe it? All right, what's going on, Eagle? Happy Friday.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, can you hear me now?
We got you. Go ahead, Eagle.
Hello? Okay. Yeah, just dropped the phone. Okay, yeah, a couple things to talk about tonight, Steve. The first thing I wanted to talk about is the situation with the tariffs No, I skipped that. I think I'm going to talk about the Ukraine. Okay, Ukraine first then. Okay, so they made a deal today, Steve, Trump and Ukraine. Okay, so it's obvious it takes some people a little bit longer to realize that they're in a losing battle. Zelensky really thought when he went to the White House a couple of months ago that he didn't need the United States, that he could defeat Russia by itself, which I don't know how the hell he came up with that estimate. How he figured that out, but that's what he was thinking. So that's the reason why he refused to go through with the deal a couple of months ago and got kicked out of the White House. So he went back to Ukraine, and he went to other couple countries begging for money, which is what he does, and he wasn't coming up with no results. The U.S. has stopped sending him money. And sometimes, Steve, when that money dries up, brother, you start realizing, hey, wait a minute, I'm on my own, and I ain't getting no more money from the U.S., and I ain't getting no more military equipment. What the hell am I going to do? Because, see, good old Joe Biden, we know what Joe Biden did, Steve. Joe Biden, he's the one, I hold Joe Biden almost as responsible as Putin is for this bogus war, because Joe Biden is the one that sponsored it for damn 4 years with money to this loser. Every couple of months he was giving money, equipment, military equipment. This war would have been over a long time ago if Biden wouldn't have stuck his nose in it and gave this man all this equipment and money, Steve. So Zelensky finally realized when Steve cut it off. I told you a long time ago, Steve, that should be one of the first or two second things Trump do when he get in the White House besides close the damn border, was stop the money to Ukraine. And that's exactly what he did. But so like I say, sometimes it takes some people a little bit longer to realize that they're in a losing battle. And Trump told him that in the White House, but he refused to listen. But he's seeing now, Steve, he realized that he needs the U.S.'s help to win this war, or to come up with some kind of deal with Russia to stop this killing and all the other things that are going on. So we'll see what happens in the next couple of weeks. But it just goes to show people that Trump can get the job done. Because I guarantee you this, Steve, Joe Biden, I'm not going to talk about that loser. Kamala Harris, she wouldn't have got it done. I noticed she back in the news again, flapping her mouth. Can you believe that, Steve? She got the nerve to come on TV and talk bad about Donald Trump is ruining the country after what she did, after she allowed 10 to 20 million illegal criminals into the USA. She got the nerve to come in and criticize a real president. Did you hear what I just said, Steve?
I heard the comments yesterday. Yes, she's she's not relevant, but I mean, I know she's trying to sound like she's going to be a candidate again, I think.
Oh yeah, she gonna run it. Yeah, she gonna run again in 28 because that's all the Democrats got. They ain't got nobody else except for that loud mouth from Texas, Crockett, or maybe AOC, and that's it. They ain't got nobody else. Or Bernie Sanders is washed up. He's so old, he'll probably be dead by the time they have the next election. I'd be surprised he make it another 3 years. Bernie Sanders. They ain't got nobody that's relevant to run for president. So I say jump back in the race, Kamala, so we can kick you in the butt again. Because Kamala ain't never going in the White House for president. American people would never stoop that low to vote for somebody that's stupid, because that's exactly what she is stupid. So it just offends me that after what she did, Steve, so-called border czar, and didn't do a damn thing on the border, went to the border 2 or 3 times, if that, in the 4 years, and she got the nerve to criticize Donald Trump for the job this man is doing. This Donald Trump done more. He been in the White House about 2 months, Steve. Donald Trump done more in 2 months than Joe Biden and Kamala did in 4 years. And anybody say they didn't, they nothing but liar and fooling themselves if you think that Biden did a better job than Trump is right now. You're either stupid or you're either blind. So I don't play games with these people, Steve. I told you the last time I had a conversation with a Democrat was a long time ago. Because see, I don't even waste my time with these type of people because they're living in a different zone. They don't even think the same as a man like me.
It's a fantasy world, yeah. I mean, we're up to got to get to our news break here. And technically Kamala should be embarrassed. I mean, Donald Trump proved in a matter of days that what they had been trying, the narrative they presented for the last 3-4 years was they couldn't do anything on the border without legislation.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
That's not secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The White House says if policies of former President Biden and Vice President Harris had continued, it would have ended the American Republic. That's what Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller said during a press conference this morning.
And the only thing Americans want to hear from Kamala Harris is an apology for joining Joe Biden. And remember, she was the border czar, joining Joe Biden in aiding and abetting the invasion of our country.
He criticized the previous administration's border and economic policies. This comes as President Trump marked his first 100 days back in office earlier this week. Last night, Harris gave a speech at a gala in San Francisco where she went after Trump's tariff policies. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is doubling down on his goal of defeating Hamas.
According to the Times of Israel, Netanyahu spoke during an Independence Day event in Jerusalem and added that returning hostages held by Hamas is also a very important goal. However, the Hostages and Missing Families Forum said Netanyahu's comments were alarming given the condition of previously released captives. Netanyahu's comments come as Israel's military has returned to the Gaza Strip with ceasefire talks seemingly stalled. I'm Brian Shook.
The White House will not confirm reports that it asked El Salvador about the status of Kilmar Abrigo Garcia.
He was deported to El Salvador in what the White House said was an administrative error, but has since said he's a member of the MS-13 gang. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has reportedly been in touch with El Salvador about Garcia. During a cabinet meeting, Rubio told reporters he won't comment. Next week, the administration is facing a court-ordered deadline to provide an update on steps taken to return Garcia. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Stocks closed mixed starting off the new month.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 83 points. The S&P 500 gained 35 points. The Nasdaq rose by 264 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
A 2-day strike by more than 55,000 Los Angeles County employees is over.
The strike ended at 7 o'clock Wednesday night with no contract agreement in place. Members of the Service Employees International Union have been demanding a new contract with improved wages and benefits. The union has accused the county of unfair labor practices and failing to fairly negotiate a new contract, which county officials deny. SEIU 721 is the largest union in LA County. It has members in 36 of 38 county departments. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A woman in the east central portion of Mississippi was arrested for SNAP fraud.
Officials say the woman, identified as Deidre Blair, received over $43,000 in benefits by inaccurately reporting household income. The investigation by the Mississippi Department of Human Services led to an indictment of Blair secured by the Oktibbeha County District Attorney. The MDHS Inspector General, Sandra Griffith, praised the collaboration of investigative teams, county offices, and law enforcement. Blair surrendered to authorities on April 24th. Suspected fraud can be reported to MDHS online by phone or email. I'm Joe Morano.
The San Diego District Attorney says Democrats in Sacramento have betrayed vulnerable children after they pulled a bill on sex trafficking.
San Diego County DA Summer Steffan says a critical part of AB 379 was pulled by Democrats in the Assembly Public Safety Committee. The bill would have made buying a 16 or 17-year-old for sex a felony in California. The district attorney called the decision to not punish sex traffickers an inhumane failure. I'm Jack Cronin.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All righty, got us a Friday coming on. Welcome back. Welcome aboard for those just joining as we kick off another hour, roll it into the second day of May. Yeah, ready for the weekend. I mentioned earlier, the National Fallen Firefighters Memorial Weekend is upon us. And out of Maryland, just as anyone expecting, guests, staff, and volunteers with the National Fallen Firefighters Foundation, they are in overdrive to make sure everything's perfect. But thousands arriving at the National Fire Academy campus to honor firefighters who gave the ultimate sacrifice while serving their communities. During the annual National Fallen Firefighters Memorial Service coming up on Sunday, 140 names will be added to a plaque at the monument. They include 70 killed in 2024 and 70 who perished in previous years. Now, while some of the early forecast called for a bright, sunny Sunday, things have kind of changed, which is typical in Maryland. But regardless, the tributes will continue. We're obviously hoping for a beautiful weekend, but we are ready. We've put up a large tent. The service will be held there, rain or shine, according to the National Fallen Firefighters Managing Director. As of Wednesday, more than 850 family members and colleagues of the fallen firefighters had registered to attend. Thousands of other fire and rescue personnel from around the country also will be partnering and participating in various activities. Some will escort the families, while others are members of the honor guards or bagpipers. Many will attend to salute the fallen sisters and brothers. But throughout the weekend, families and colleagues of firefighters will have the opportunity to meet and share stories with others who've experienced similar losses. They also will visit and spend time at the memorial and the campus, where there'll be a rolling tribute by motorcyclists, many of which will be wearing fire helmets. Children will decorate luminaries for their loved ones that will be displayed and lit during the candlelight vigil Saturday night. This guy's been involved in planning memorial weekends for the past 20 years. Said, we want everything perfect, nothing less. It's an honor and a privilege to be a part of this. So, National Fallen Firefighters Memorial Weekend, separate from what we all know as Memorial Day weekend, right? Which is about the military personnel who've paid the ultimate price. We left off, the Eagle was talking about, seems like Zelensky, maybe he's had a bit of a come to Jesus meeting. The realization finally setting in as Trump has not been playing patty cake with this guy. Setting him straight. You're going to have to ultimately give a bit if you're ever going to resolve this. And with all the talk as of late of the United States, Rubio had said for the last several weeks, we're about to wash our hands of this entirely and just walk away. You're going to be on your own. Can you rely on the European Union to step in and fill in? I think the reality is no. Right on the heels of signing the minerals agreement, giving us a vested interest in Ukraine, word comes down this past day that Ukraine has agreed they will de facto concede land held by Russia for a ceasefire and peace process. According to Trump's special envoy, President Trump's special envoy to Ukraine, the retired General Keith Kellogg, has said the United States will not now, as previously warned, be stepping away from the negotiating table between Ukraine and Russia, as the signals coming out of Kyiv suddenly are very, very good. The Ukraine has now agreed to concede land held by Russia for peace. Now this, again, just as the United States and Ukraine signed the rare earths deal, an important milestone on the road to achieving peace, given it gives us, the U.S., a long-term interest in the security of Ukraine. Speaking on Fox News Wednesday evening, Kellogg related that progress has been made in his visit to London last week to speak with Ukraine and the European backers, saying that Kyiv has now agreed to 22 concrete terms, reflecting on the importance of stopping the fighting with a ceasefire to create some breathing room for some fruitful negotiations on a permanent peace. People don't understand how violent this war has been. Soldiers alone, when you combine the Ukraine and Russian soldiers killed and wounded, we're at 1.2 million. That's unheard of. We only had, in 8 years of war in Vietnam, 68,000 killed. Now, on what Ukraine is willing to do to get to that point of talks, Kellogg revealed Ukraine has apparently agreed to cross one of the most important red lines that any sort of conceding of territory to Russia would be utterly unacceptable. While completely understandable that a country would wish to retain its territory, the insistence on this point essentially made any sort of peace talks impossible, as the only possible outcomes are going to be either total Russian defeat or total Russian victory. General Kellogg said this development, the Ukrainians have already said they're willing to give up the land that the Russians, not de jure forever, but de facto, because the Russians actually occupy that land. They've agreed to that land. They know you have a ceasefire in place where you sit on the land that you currently hold. That's what they're willing to go to. That's what they told me last week. A ceasefire in place. You have your lines set, and they apparently are now ready to go there. That's pretty big news moving forward. Morning, Plowboy.
Well, good morning, Steve. Good morning. Got a couple, 2 or 3, 4 things. Start off that bridge fall through over in, Lehigh Valley. I've been looking at that. There's just something odd about that one. I'm wondering if that's not a bridge that's been used. Yes, it's marked 5 tons, but there's quite a few of these old county bridges all over our great nation that they've been 13, 20 ton, and then they get reduced down. You've been across that bridge 18 times, and one last trip will trigger it. Mm-hmm. That's where I'm at, because like one of the small gas trucks, in our country, when they used to supply all of our grain dryers, there's a bunch of places them yahoos should have never crossed. But hell, we crossed them with John Deere tractors and full hopper combines, and I can understand a big truck, but one of them little trucks, that's where I'm a little bit different on it. I got one about your last story you were just talking about in the Ukraine. See, with all this that you just said coming down with Trump's executive order, would it not be an ideal event for the FMCSA, CBSA, and DOT to back off on the 72-hour inspection? I'm saying this because I know some of our people that I listen to this all the time. Get a hold of our transportation, and whenever that kicks into effect, that's when you start your 72-hour inspection. Just see how many is left, and where is the cutoff on this? Are they saying is it a Class 8? Or how big of a trucks are they involved in on this English only?
My understanding, if you're a commercial, a CDL holder, whatever category, all CDL holders.
Okay.
So the way it stands right now, obviously, when they're saying that implementing the out of service criteria on June the 25th, road check is 2 weeks away. So just around the corner. So what do you think they should hold off on road check until after the 25th of June? Is that what you're saying?
Yep, exactly.
Okay.
Then just spotlight it on that. Because the reason why I was asking on classes, because we all remember our great friend that went on to the big highway, Maniac, him and Chiclet. That's what they used to drive. I think they were like Class 6. And they're what they call it, a rolling bus or whatever. But, there's a bunch. I fight with them daily up here. they're driving what you call your Sprinter vans all the damn time. They can't tell an A from a B, ones from a twos and threes, and they have no sight of English, none whatsoever. And that's where I'm at. Just back it off. They'll make it a 72-hour check after that current date that they just implemented, and I think we could fill up Greyhound buses all over the damn country with that one. Really, I do. But, did you happen to touch on Kansas lifting the restrictions for 14 days on the fuel haulers?
I have not touched on that this morning. What they got to...
Yeah, have you seen that one yet?
I have not. No.
Yeah, they've lifted
shortages.
Yes, sir. 14 days temporary from Laura Kelly, governor. But yeah, but now on your last one, is this for the firefighters? Is that all firefighters, or is that just paramedics or firefighters? I'm asking because we have just had one massive hell of an event up here, and the bright lights of Kansas City, and our lights are dim over this one. They put a subject in a ambulance here the other night, and we lost a paramedic over the bitch.
They had a knife and stabbed the paramedic to death, right?
Yes, sir. I hope she gets a death penalty. I know you can only die once.
I saw the story, but was she like hyped up on drugs or something? What the hell prompted her?
That's what we're all saying. We're still pulling it apart, Steve.
Okay, because I mean, obviously, it's just somebody trying to help you, and I guess maybe she was one of those that didn't feel like she needed help or something, and that's a sad story. All I know is it's Fallen Firefighters Memorial Week. I don't know if that includes like first responders, the ambulance drivers and things. I'm not sure. I would think it probably does.
Right. I was just curious. Like I said, all the first responders up in there, we're all kind of head in our hands over this crap that just happened. But, well, other than that, hey, Steve, what horse are you pulling for?
I haven't really dissected all that much just yet. At some point, I got to sit down and, I don't know, debating on, do I want to put a few bucks in the Twin Spires thing? I think last year I put like $50 in there. And we all wagered a few horses, and at the end of the weekend, I think I had broken even. So, of course, they want you to set these accounts up so you'll become a regular wagerer, which I did not. At the end of the weekend, I closed out and withdrew my funds. I think I left $1 in the account, and I moved on. I'm not going to get reeled into this online betting stuff. Because it's pretty damn addictive, You start betting on a horse, then you start saying, hey, you can bet on basketball, you can bet on football, you can bet on racing, you can bet on everything. And a lot of people find themselves losing a lot of money in relationships, homes, everything, due to gambling. Think about the fact, though, Plowboy, right on the heels of 72-hour road check coming up here. We do have Operation Safe Driver Week. That will be taking place after June the 25th. Operation Safe Driver Week, pretty similar to road check. That'll be coming up the week of July 13th through the 19th. That's throughout the entire week. Law enforcement personnel on the lookout for commercial motor vehicle drivers and even passenger vehicle drivers engaging in risky driving. Identified unsafe drivers will be pulled over and issued a citation or warning. And, of course, when it comes to the commercial vehicle drivers pulled over, by that point in time, yes, they will be enforcing the English proficiency criteria.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Oh, boy, that's a good one. That's a winner. I'd say this chick's a keeper. In Pennsylvania, I hope it wasn't in Lone Ranger's neighborhood. This is our Dumbass of the Week nominee, Pennsylvania. The woman that cops says admitted to taking a dump on somebody else's car as part of a road rage incident apparently had a lot to say about the matter. Apparently she bragged about a clean poop. She didn't even need toilet paper. According to the legal documents, the alleged Delco pooper, Christiana Salametto, she told police it was a clean poop. I didn't even have to wipe. Yeah, she was arrested Thursday, and we now have her smiling mugshot. Allegedly dropped a deuce on the hood of another motorist's car after being upset with their driving. Now facing charges of indecent exposure, disorderly conduct, criminal mischief, harassment, and depositing waste on the highway. New video also shows her being arrested by two officers. Police say they came to her home to pick her up after she admitted being the Delco pooper. Yeah, she had a clear reason for pooping on the car hood. She told them the car's owner called her a fat bitch, and that made her angry. And she explained, I wanted to punch her in the face, but I pooped on her car instead and just went home. She's a keeper, Senor Heatwave.
Good morning, Senor. Oh, hell, that's too funny. Well, I know we had a phantom pooper there when I was at the Kirtland Air Force Base back in the 90s. And he would do periods, question marks, and exclamation points on the hoods of people's cars.
Wow.
And I gotta tell you, that crap's a little rough on the paint job. If you leave it on there too long, it'll definitely make an appearance on the paint.
Yeah,
sure.
Yep.
Even when you wash it off, there's a little trace of it. So.
Wow.
Well, we'll start off with the little man that has been everywhere, done everything, and works for a living, and just couldn't figure out who the woman was or the man was in New Mexico. Eagle, I'm going to say this in one time only. There is a difference between stupid and willful ignorance. Willful ignorance means you've done it to yourself. Being stupid means you just didn't have a choice. You didn't grow up any better. And I am going to put you into the willful ignorance category. And the next time you talk about the woman caller in New Mexico, I'm going to take offense to that, because you'll be talking about my wife, and there's going to be some words. You understand? My man. All right. Now, yeah, well, that's nice. Zelensky finally opened his eyes. You know, he should have done this a couple of months ago when he was there, and not thinking he was going to get away with, you know, showing up in his uniform, so to speak, instead of, you know, the suit
right.
that is, you know, required. I mean, that just, he just showed his ass, and he got his ass thrown out. And I think the meeting last...
and for all practical purposes, what he's done, if he would have signed that minerals agreement then, you know, we know Russia has been moving and taking more territory. All the territory that's been taken since then, would not likely have been taken. Yeah, he's just been helping to help Russia get more of his land.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The White House says if policies of former President Biden and Vice President Harris had continued, it would have ended the American Republic. That's what Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller said during a press conference this morning.
And the only thing Americans want to hear from Kamala Harris is an apology for joining Joe Biden. And remember, she was the border czar, joining Joe Biden in aiding and abetting the invasion of our country.
He criticized the previous administration's border and economic policies. This comes as President Trump marked his first 100 days back in office earlier this week. Last night, Harris gave a speech at a gala in San Francisco where she went after Trump's tariff policies. Stocks closed mixed starting off the new month.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 83 points. The S&P 500 gained 35 points. The Nasdaq rose by 264 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I knew I had it here somewhere. I think Brain Dead was going to chime in about that a little bit earlier, but had a little too much to cover. Remember what was it? I'm thinking 1 week ago today, last Friday, wasn't it? The draft was underway, started Thursday, Friday. The infamous prank phone call made to Shedeur Sanders. Looks like it's going to cost the Falcons more than mere embarrassment. The NFL fined Atlanta $250,000. The team and the defensive coordinator, Jeff Ulbrich, $100,000. I don't know how much Ulbrich makes, but I'm thinking he's probably pretty pissed at his 21-year-old son for pulling off this prank. They fined Jeff for failing to prevent the disclosure of confidential information distributed to the club in advance of the draft. According to the NFL Network insiders, the Falcons quickly accepted the penalties levied against them. In a statement stating, "We appreciate the NFL's swift and thorough review of last week's data exposure and the event that transpired due to it. We were proactive in addressing the situation internally, and we cooperated fully with the league, and we accept the discipline levied to Coach Ulbrich and the organization." All right, we're confident our security policies and practices and will continue to emphasize adherence to them with our staff, whether on or off premises. Additionally, the Ulbrich family is working with the organization to participate in community service initiatives in relation to last week's matter. The aforementioned confidential information was Sanders' phone number, which Ulbrich's son obtained from his daddy's iPad and used that number to prank Sanders during the draft. Jax has since apologized, but remorse alone will not prevent his father or the Falcons from incurring the fines. Now, Jeff says, first of all, I'd like to publicly apologize to Shedeur and the Sanders family for what occurred. Yes, told reporters he found out of his son's involvement after the draft and said in a Wednesday news conference, second of all, I want to publicly apologize to the Falcons owner and the general manager, the coach, and the entire Falcons organization. My actions of not protecting confidential data were inexcusable. My son's actions were absolutely inexcusable, and for that, we are both deeply sorry. The NFL has taken action. I fully respect the punishment. We will take full responsibility. My son and myself, we will not be appealing the fine in any way. Going forward, I promise my son and I will work hard to demonstrate we're better than this. Okay, so that kind of explains how that all unfolded. Yeah, Daddy had just left his iPad open, I guess, with the email that had several phone numbers. One of which was Shedeur Sanders. The number he had set up exclusively for the draft. In other words, nobody else would have his number, so somebody wouldn't be interrupting him throughout the process. And he thought that call was the real deal. All right, back to Senior Heatwave. Yes, sir. Where'd we leave off there?
Oh, I don't know. Y'all were talking about a golf clap. Well, here's a golf clap. I don't know if you can hear it, but here it is. It's a very polite, quiet clap. Were you able to hear it?
No, I did not.
Well, that's pretty much how it is. You didn't want to create a disturbance on the golf course by, really being raucous like they are now when someone makes a putt or a hole-in-one or whatever. It's just a very
very
congenial,
quiet, yes.
Nice. You just cup one hand and you tap the fingers to the palm of the other. Just clap, tap, 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 tap. That's a golf clap. All right, I got a thing from Plowboy saying I think he said he was rooting for the Toby Keith horse of the belated.
Okay, and I think he's
singer there.
He's going to be starting out of gate 15, I believe, which is not a bad starting position.
Okay. Well, I don't know much about horse racing. I just know they go around counterclockwise in a circle, and that's about it.
Yep.
It's kind of like everything else out there. Zelensky. Yeah, I think you pretty much covered it. He made his bed and he has to sleep in it, and then all the people are going to be looking at him like, you DA,
yep.
Dumbass. Well, that's what happens when, I guess, you get someone that was good on TV playing the president to actually get in there, and he had to get his butt busted before he realized you don't have a whole lot of cards to play with. Now he's got some with our presence there, and I hope that's enough to have Russia back off and say, you know what, we're done. 1.2, good night. Yeah, like you said, in 8 years, I think it was 58,000, not 68,000, but I could be wrong there as well. But that's a lot of people. My goodness gracious. So, other than that, just went through Vegas here, about 2 hours ago, and yeah, they got this thing, I guess it's called the Globe. It's a circular little video screen that I guess it's a new fixture in Vegas.
Otherwise known as...
So that looks pretty neat.
It's the Sphere.
The Sphere, okay, that's
Sphere.
it. Yeah.
Yeah,
my co-driver took a picture of it and sent me a picture of it, so I'll go ahead and I'll share that with y'all. It's interesting. It's different. I'll just say that.
Yep.
Yep. And then, kudos to the people there at the transportation department getting that English proficiency thing going again. Like I said last night, if the guy had to call 911, he wouldn't have been able to talk to anybody at 911 because you can't talk to a tablet and have it translate over the phone what you're saying. I mean, that is ridiculous. I mean, and it was a situation that could have been potentially, at the least an accident, at the worst, fatal. Had he continued going through that chain up area, and just went on down the way, if the roads were that bad, you could have had something like the Cuban that killed all those people going down the same highway when he went by a truck ramp. So, and where these people get off saying, well, that's not fair, well, guess what? If you've been in this country any length of time, especially those down in Florida, and I'm sure whoever it was that was down there that was calling in, checking in before, he may be able to shed more light on it. But, I mean, if you've been here, any length of time, I mean, Miami may be a melting pot of cultures, but English is still the prevailing language. You need to learn that, and read it, be able to read, comprehend, and communicate, because there's no law out here saying we, the English-speaking people of this country, have to learn Spanish, or that we have to learn French for the folks up there in Canada that come to French. In Canada, they have English and French signs. And I'm pretty sure if the caller from Canada would call in, he would verify that, especially in what was that, Quebec?
Quebec, yes.
I think Quebec is the French-speaking.
Correct.
Yeah. I don't know what province that is up there, but I mean, and when I was with another company, a three-letter company I won't mention, we would go up to Canada quite frequently on the Q3 and up there in Ontario, and I mean it both English and French, which is fine. Here, we don't have the different languages that are in the world. We don't have them that that they test on right now. And if we had the road signs to announce something in every language that we have for these people to get the CDL, which is stupid, you wouldn't have to worry about billboards. Hell, we'd have all them signs out there on the side of the road like a Barbasol, advertisement with the signs. I mean, what is the problem about the English language that other people don't understand? You come here, it's English, speak the damn language, or don't drive. The driver shortage, oh please. With as many companies that have gone out of business, I'm sure there are plenty of drivers out there that would be more than happy to fill in the shortage that they're claiming we're going to have if all these 100,000 drivers just get up and go. I mean, good night.
Hey, there were a whole bunch of
what else is there to say?
You were a part, when Yellow went under. Many of your cohorts spent months and months and months unable to find employment.
Right, and since they were union, I mean, they would go to UPS or they tried getting on with ABF, and they were let go because, well, there was no freight. Or when they went to another company, well, they didn't want them because they were union members.
Right.
I guess I was one of the pretty lucky ones at Estes, because I guess I was away from the union for enough time that they figure, well, he's not going to be, a union, initiator, and I'm not. I went to Yellow because the benefits were good. I mean, fantastic. This company here, I get paid more. The benefits, I wish they were up to the snuff that Yellow had, but it is what it is. And so I'm extremely grateful to have this job, and unlike other people out there who think they are the only hardest working men out there, I work hard for my money too, as well as a lot of people on here that don't complain. They get their check and they take care of their families, and that's what I'm doing out here. So, but other than that, not a whole lot. So I'll be shooting that picture of the globe or whatever they call it,
the sphere. Yeah, and if you ever get a chance to get inside there, I don't know if you've had the opportunity to go to like an IMAX theater. Yeah, this thing is like an IMAX times 10. I haven't been in there, but I mean, just the videos, people that are shooting videos from being inside the sphere. That's got to be on my bucket list, something I'd like to see one of these days, right? Morning, Pappy. Happy Friday.
Steve, I'm a little upset. I just got done printing off the WWE Fight Night sponsored by the Overnight Drive Radio. And now somebody else threw their hat in the ring, Steve. Daggone Heat Wave. I got to scrap all these daggone tickets and redo them. Now it looks like it's a tag team match between Heat Wave, Brain Dead against Eagle. I got to redo these daggone tickets. I think it's only fair for Eagle to claim a partner to join him in this match. And if I had to recommend anybody, I think I would recommend that Eagle picks the right wing nut to join him in this confrontation. So I will get back on the drawing boards and redraw these tickets up and get them on the Overnight Drive Radio.com as soon as I can. Steve, guess who just made an appearance on TV? Our buddy Hank Johnson. I got to once again let your listeners know this is a must. They have to go to YouTube, look up Hank Johnson, representative from Pennsylvania, and Guam tipping over, and watch that video. Mm-hmm. So Hank's up here, Steve, bashing Trump on his deportation policies. Just to remind your listeners, Steve, they got to watch this video, and this is straight up fact, 100% accurate truth. Hank Johnson is on the Hill. They were talking about moving more troops onto Guam, and good old Hank's interviewing a high-ranking Navy admiral, and he tells the admiral that he has some concerns. They're going to move all these new troops onto Guam. He's got some concerns that if they move too many troops, that the island could tip over.
That's the guy.
The admiral, Steve, I don't know how he kept a straight face. The admiral just looks at him and, well, sir, Congress, we don't anticipate that happening.
But he was serious. He wasn't making a joke. He was actually serious.
These are our representatives that are supposed to be representing us, Steve. Look it up. Hey, the body camera video of our little Good Samaritan father, right, that all these whacked out left Democrats are trying to bring back into our country, this criminal gang member, MS-13 gang member, they want brought back into this country. I think you talked about it on your show. He was stopped, I think, in Pennsylvania, Steve, on a traffic stop. He had 8 people in the car and was suspected of doing some trafficking, moving illegals around the country. And on these body cameras, Steve, you can hit a button and it mutes the audio. The video will keep going, but it mutes the audio.
Okay.
So sometimes if the deputies want to have a private conversation, they'll just mute it for a while. So unfortunately, and I don't know, maybe to protect some names or something, I don't know, but so the officer that stopped him, and there was a trooper from Pennsylvania, an older guy, he knew what was up right away. He was telling this guy, man, you know what's going on here. He's trafficking. He's moving these people around. They're all illegal. So the officer gets in his cruiser. He calls the FBI and he calls ICE. Believe it or not, it was dark. I don't know what time it was. 0200, I don't know. But he got an answer. When the Biden FBI and ICE said, just cut him loose. So that's what they did. He didn't even get a coupon for no driver's license. And Steve, when you watch this body camera, man, I mean, even the average Joe, I mean, that's especially as an officer, dude, when you watch this, you can tell he's worried, he's nervous. There's a female in the passenger front seat. She looked like a deer in headlights. She was looking straight ahead. Nothing from her, man. She was scared to death. She couldn't move. She wouldn't even blink her eyes. Every time they asked this guy, I can't remember his name, asked him a question, he'd always answer it with a question. Like, where are you coming from? Where am I coming from? You know, that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. Do you have a driver's license? Do I have a driver's license? And he's fumbling around, pulling papers, fumbling around, just sure signs of, something ain't right here. 8 people in the car, no luggage. And I guess the reason I'm bringing it up, I'm going to get to something else here, Steve, but you can see the ink on his hand. You can't make out what it says, but as he's fumbling around for some papers, you can tell he's got tattoos on his left hand. Which brings me, I'm sure you heard about this. Trump granted, I think it was CBS, an interview in the White House.
ABC.
They gave him a list of, was it ABC?
It was ABC. And the guy actually sat there and tried to deny that he had those tattoos.
Steve, he flat out accused the White House of photoshopping them tattoos.
Yep.
I couldn't believe what I was watching. And even Trump was like, listen, dude, I give you the opportunity of a lifetime to make a name for yourself. I didn't know. Trump, that's why Trump picked him. He didn't know who he was. All the other people, he knew they were all dirtbags. So I don't know who this guy is. Let's give him a shot. He goes, you're blowing it, dude.
And when he said, I could show you the photograph of his hands, and he said, well, yeah, that was photoshopped.
Yeah. He goes, when the senator went down to El Salvador, he said he didn't have any tattoos on his hands. So he told Trump. I think it was right after that, Trump posted a photo of himself holding that photo of this dude's hand, and on his knuckles, Steve, and Trump even tells this dude, on his knuckles is tattooed MS-13.
Yep.
We're trying to claim that, well, they're not there when they're in El Salvador, but they were there on this traffic stop. There was something there. You can't make it out because of the way. I'm sure, Steve, that somebody out here could freeze that video, zoom in on that, right? So if they weren't there in El Salvador, Steve, is the media photoshopping stuff down there now? That's what they do. They lie.
Mm-hmm.
They accuse you of what they're doing. So if this guy's trying to say that the White House photoshopped these photos, did they in fact, I haven't seen it, but are they going to show a photo of this guy with no ink on his knuckles? Was that photoshopped? Did they in fact Photoshop a photo and try to pass this off like the White House is lying? Can't make this stuff up, Steve. These people are so anti-American. It is unbelievable. I watched Jesse tonight, Jesse Waters. Stevie sat down with probably 20 of Elon Musk, those people. And, I mean, we all heard some of the stuff that they were uncovering. But, Steve, we're listening to these. These are very intelligent, smart people, and some of them are very young, very intelligent, young people.
They call them the nerds, the Doge nerds. But hold the thought. We got to pause.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Vice President J.D. Vance says that Mike Waltz is not being fired from his role as National Security Advisor.
I think the media wants to frame this as a firing. Donald Trump has fired a lot of people. He doesn't give them Senate-confirmed appointments afterwards. What he thinks is that Mike Waltz is going to better serve the administration, most importantly, the American people in that role, and I happen to agree with him.
Vance spoke on Fox News, where he said the decision for Waltz to leave his position is in fact a promotion, as President Trump has nominated him to become the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. Trump said in the interim, Secretary of State Marco Rubio will serve as National Security Advisor while continuing his strong leadership at the State Department. Republican Congresswoman Elise Stefanik of New York was the U.S. nominee until the White House withdrew it, citing a slim House GOP majority. The nominees for this year's Tony Awards are out now, and they include some big names from the worlds of music, movies, and television.
George Clooney's nominated for Best Performance by a Leading Actor in a Play for Good Night and Good Luck. Meanwhile, Stranger Things star Sadie Sink received a nomination for Best Performance by a Leading Actress in a Play, as did Succession star Sarah Snook. On the musical side, singer Nicole Scherzinger is nominated for Best Performance by a Leading Actress. The 78th Tony Awards are set to be be held June 8th, hosted by actress Cynthia Erivo. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The maternal mortality rate in the U.S. is rising.
According to the CDC, the maternal mortality rate rose to 19 deaths per 100,000 live births, which is up from 18.6 in 2023. Excessive bleeding, blood vessel blockages, and infections were among the leading causes. The U.S. has one of the highest maternal mortality rates among wealthy nations. Past research has also found wide racial disparities, with black women dying at 3 times the rate of white women. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Police say a sex trafficking prostitution ring has been busted up outside of Akron, Ohio.
An 83-count felony indictment has now been filed in Trumbull County in connection to an alleged human trafficking ring that forced women into prostitution. Attorney General Dave Yost has announced that 8 people have now been brought up on charges that they used 2 massage parlors in Warren as fronts for sex trafficking and money laundering. The crime ring allegedly trapped women from Korea at these establishments for months at a time. I'm Rick Ucino.
A former school counselor in Ventura County, California, has been charged with 14 counts of child molestation.
42-year-old David Lane Braff was charged last November with molesting 8 children. Last week, 5 more alleged victims came forward. Braff is charged with molesting children at McKevitt Elementary in Santa Paula between 2015 and 2019. One of the victims is from an alleged molestation in the early 2000s when he worked for the Conejo Recreation and Park District in Thousand Oaks. Braff remains jailed in lieu of a $3 million bail. Arraignment is scheduled for May 21st. I'm Jim Roop.
A kangaroo named Sheila is back at home after she escaped from her enclosure and caused minor car damage.
Sheila the kangaroo lives in Alabama. Patrick Starr, who runs Choctawalla, the facility where Sheila lives, says he's really thankful that she was recaptured safely.
We were able to bring Sheila the kangaroo back home, and we didn't have any injuries.
Sheila was seen hopping casually along I-85 on Tuesday. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, if we got Yeah, it's a brand new day. That would be a Friday as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. What do you say? Everybody ready for the weekend? Hello to Rick in Columbus. He joins us. He said it's Friday. Fetterman style. That's okay. Good to have you on board there, Rick. How about them Reds bouncing back for game number 4 there against the Cards? So ended up in a split 2-2. After scoring 1 run in 2 games on the doubleheader, they came back and fired things up, scored 9 runs this past day. 9-1 was actually the fun. I think somebody on the team, Scooter, for the first time ever, I believe, one player hit 4 home runs in 1 game. Never been done for the Reds. All right, Pappy, welcome back.
I was able to catch the last 3 or 4 innings of that game, man. Guess it was raining a little bit. They got a little wet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it turned out to be a good one for them. But, yeah, Steve, I mean, there was at least 20 around this table that Jesse Waters was just having a sit-down talk, with them. And really really impressionable, some young talent. Well, there was one guy, younger, maybe Asian American, left Yale, I guess, when he got a phone call from Elon's team or Elon himself. He didn't specify, but he left Yale to be a part of this Doge team. He was like, man, well, I mean, it's a no-brainer for me. He said, this is the best experience and education you can get that Yale can't provide.
Right.
100% true. They just started going through the list of stuff, Steve, and it was just, things we've heard before about the Social Security, 150-year-old people drawing Social Security. I don't know if you heard this one, that the unborn, right, people with a birth date in the year 2060
now how do
provide Social Security?
How do they get on the rolls? How is that even possible? I mean,
and Elon just says it's so bizarre. He says just when you think you've seen it all, and something else pops up, with a $20 million grant to go study why birds fly in New Guinea or something. It's just crazy, It all boils down to, Steve, anybody that disagrees with what's going on here with Doge, they're either completely not normal or they're anti-American and they're part of this criminal fraud activity. End of story. They're all getting kickbacks. One way or another, they're getting kickbacks. And they asked one guy, you're making all these discoveries. He said, do you see anything coming of it? He didn't know what to say. I don't know. But there should be. If they can, I'm sure they will be able to come up with some evidence that shows that there was criminal activity with some of these people in D.C. getting kickbacks. They should be arrested. Did you hear about the cave? I guess they were talking about federal employers that reach the time of retirement. Once they fill out their retirement paper, it takes about a year to process it to get approved. Did you hear about the cave?
The cave.
They actually showed, they showed videos of this, Steve, that all federal employees that retire, they have to fill out paperwork. Literally paperwork. Handwritten write these applications for retirement. And it takes the government. One of the guys threw out a thing on the desk, and it was, I don't know how thick it was. He literally said, I'd rather do my taxes in the dark rather than try to fill all this stuff out. And they keep all these applications for retirement in a cave, a literally cave. And one of the Doge personnel went and visited this because, like, a whistleblower told him, yeah, man, I mean, this is how it's done. And you would think that there's like a vault of gold down here where this place was. And he said when you finally get down there and into this place, there's 1960s metal filing cabinets, just thousands and thousands and thousands of them. That's how they keep their paperwork.
Wow.
He's just unbelievable. They were just dumbfounded. Well, Steve, I think the Ukraine oligarchs had a little talk with Monica, like I was saying the other night. Yeah, all them billionaires over there got rich due to their corruption and American taxpayers' money. They probably had a little chat with Monica. They didn't take kindly on their city getting bombed. Steve, Ukraine has 14-year-olds and 60 years old. Nobody in between fighting or war. They have nobody to fight. They're done. They're spent. Russia's taking a beating too, make no mistake about it, because they got North Koreans have been captured over there and found dead. I mean, that's made the news several months ago. So yeah, I think, and especially you mentioned the other night with this raw earth mineral deal that was made. I think that was, I think that put the cap on everything where they realize, I bet you them oligarchs are probably thinking, man, this is a good deal. How can you rip America off with this? That's probably what they're thinking. Raw earth mineral deal. Hell yeah. We'll charge them 500 times what it would really cost to get this stuff out of here. Who knows? But I venture to say we'll probably see something coming to a close here real soon, because these oligarchs don't want to lose their way of life. All right, Steve, that's really about all I got. Hey, it's funny, there's been no word on this kid that stabbed that kid in that track meet. Did you see, right after this happened, Steve, it was like the next day the father came out, and supposedly a real religious family, was coming out and said he'd forgive the dude that this other young man that stabbed his son. Well, supposedly they were holding a rally for the murderer, and the father showed up. Dude, they literally kicked this man out. It was, I don't know how to describe it, but the way they treated this father that just lost his son, they shunned him. Unbelievable. And this kid from Florida, the deputy sheriff's son, shot and killed and wounded people. What? Nothing on it. We haven't heard nothing on that. So what's up with that? If the news is quiet, right? If you're not hearing anything, that means the mainstream media wants to cover it up. Just saying. All right, brother. Everybody have a great weekend.
You do the same. Thanks for checking in there, Pappy. All right, 16 past the hour. Oh, there's the Grump on a Friday. What's going on, Grump?
Oh, just going through Oklahoma here, kind of dodging a few storms, doing that kind of thing, heading south. Yeah, I tell you, man, it's I listened to some of the water stuff, and yeah, I think a guy come from Harvard that he was talking about. He said he dropped out of Harvard. He's a software engineer, young guy, and dropped out of Harvard to go to work for the government. He said it was probably the most patriotic thing he could do. I was really surprised at a lot of the directions and things that they're looking at right now. You know, a lot of the fraud that they're finding is actually being reported by government workers. And a lot of these grants and things like that go out to some of these ridiculous places, you know. A lot of it is overseen by certain groups that's here in the United States, and they're doing these studies, or they'll claim to be doing these studies. But it's amazing that the senators and people and the congressmen that are recommending grants for these places suddenly get these great big damn political donations back in their name, you know, from you know, individuals that's associated with these grants. So yeah, it's no wonder they can, you know, put $1 billion in their damn coffers, you know, and during election season. That seems to be what's happening. But let's see here. Oh, did you happen to see the cabinet meeting with Trump?
Just portions of it. I did see some of it.
I was so impressed sitting there. I listened to every one of them guys, you know, every person that it went around the room to. And it was just impressive to see how government should work. And one of the most impressive people that I thought there was Sean Duffy, you know, from the Secretary of Transportation. He laid out a pretty good list of things that was going on with transportation, and how you know, the failures of the last administration. Of course, when you Buttigieg, that dumbass, he couldn't spell transportation, but yet, you know, he's running the show. And it just, I thought, you know, if everybody just watched that, and if we'd have been seeing this all along, you know, I'd like to have seen what Biden's cabinet would have done. But, you know, they made a good point that they would allow reporters in during the cabinet meetings for Biden, and they had scripted questions that they would ask, and then Biden would kick everybody out of the room. They would let them, you know, have a couple of questions, and that's it. That was given to them by the White House. You know, ask these questions right here. It wasn't anybody that was ever in there. I mean, you know, they'd have Peter Doocy or somebody like that in there, but they wouldn't take any questions from him. And but this was just really impressive. They sat there probably it was over 2 hours, and man, he just answered. I mean, they just opened it up and answering all kinds of questions. But you got Rubio, that you know, Secretary of State, of course, but you know, he was just hammering it. He was you know, fantastic.
And I did get to see him.
He kind of knew he was going to be like that.
They had that one reporter that asked him a question, and what did he say? If I was going to give the answer, I wouldn't give it to you for sure, and it's none of your business, pretty much. You know.
Yeah, and you know, I don't know why these people want to interview Trump, because they know that as soon as they get off track and start asking him some stupid question, you know, the guy's going to come back on them like crazy. I mean, it was hilarious just to watch some of that ABC interview. I mean, he didn't let up a damn bit. It just, you know, here it is, stupid. You know, pretty much. You know, you asked for it, you got it. You know, but I don't know, man. I tell you, I've never seen a group of people such as the Democrats that right now that are so dead set on ruining their party just altogether. When they can lay claim that somebody like AOC is running the party, I mean, my God, it just that party just went down the tubes. Here's the party of Ike Skelton and people like that. That was the old Blue Dog Democrats, had been around for a good while. That really did a pretty good job as Democrats. I mean, they didn't fight a lot with Republicans. They tried to get a consensus on things that they did. They had a voice in things. But this idiots right now, these idiots just don't want to do a damn thing as far as working with anyone. They just, everything's no, or it's they get on there and they'll lie, and but hey, that's the way the Democrats are, man. They've just completely went down the tubes as far as a party, and I don't think they'll ever. Well, I don't say that, but it's going to be awful hard for them to win another election, a president election, because of just their stupid ways. I mean, people are on to it, and they're just sick of it right now. But no, it's going to be a flash in the pan for a lot of them. I did see a couple of things that was going on. Before I get into that, I got pulled on a scale here in Oklahoma a few days ago, and we started talking a little bit about this executive order. And I'm standing there talking with 3 different inspectors, and I said, "You guys enforce this no English stuff?" And he said, "No." And I said, "No." He said, "Nope." He said, "Until we get word from the governor's office or somebody like that, from our Department of Transportation, we're not to enforce it." And I said, "You're kidding me." And he said, "No." And I said, "Well, let me ask you another question. When you go out on an accident, and there's always accidents in Oklahoma. I mean, it's just the way it is, 75-mile-an-hour speed zones and things like that." And he said about 3 out of 5 is foreign-born or immigrant drivers. And he said, I would say 2 of those 3 don't speak a damn word of English. So I was doing a little looking on this, Steve, and since 2010, accident rates is actually up 17%, for big trucks. And the majority of it is these accident, the accidents are, the fatality rates are up a little bit, but just the single truck accident rates is skyrocketing. And I got to looking at that, and a lot of that, they're reporting these accidents that are happening like in the oil fields and stuff like that. The guys slide off the road or something like that. And it just seemed to me like, this was in 2023 was the last, the last census of the accident rates. But when you look at that, it seems to me like they were trying to pad the numbers and say that these were single truck accidents that it had nothing to do with the immigrant crisis here in the United States. It's kind of, it's deception, but it's just nuts that all this can, they can count these accidents like this, knowing that most of the time they're on private property or whatever, but they are reportable accidents. And I know damn well the Democrats are going to, run around with their hair on fire right now when this goes into effect, because they're, of course they're, these are American, these are hard-working, people. They're blah, 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 whatever the hell they can come up with, they're going to try to come up with it. And I don't care where somebody's from, but this, I've told you before, this whole entire, this road is rough as hell. This entire debacle of this non-English speaking, or people that's coming over here to drive truck, the immigrants on the H2 or HB1s and things like that. These folks, I still believe that this was all manufactured in MAP 21. They knew that they were going to need drivers. Now, whether or not there's a shortage or not, I haven't seen it. When you look at the amount of trucking companies that are in the United States right now. We're nearing 1 million trucking companies right now. And it's still the majority of the trucking companies are 3 trucks or less. You're looking at about 95% of them, 5 trucks in that area. Mm-hmm. But the turnover rate and everything is I guess it's all kind of capped into what's going on right now, but it hasn't changed in years. You look at a lot of these big companies, they've always had like 110, 112% turnover rate. And they buy all these damn trucks during the good times, and then in the bad times they want to try to lease them out to drivers and things. I think that's going to be one of the best things that ever happened to this industry right now, is when they put a stop to this leasing stuff, if they ever will. They should, or at least tell these guys when they're leasing a truck that they can, if they're not making money here, that they can take it somewhere else, and they're not going to take it out, every week. You're not going to have $1,000 come out right off the bat off, a week or $1,200 or whatever it is. Let them pay that payment at the end of the month. But I don't know, man. I'll tell you, they've allowed too much to happen right now. Back in the 70s and stuff, we had less than 100,000 trucking companies. We had at one point they only had 58,000 total, and that was back, before deregulation and everything. And then after deregulation, they pretty much let any Tom, Dick, or Harry that could, throw a shingle up out here on the highway or put a DOT number on a truck do it. And that has just built into this ruse that this is, that there's a shortage in the industry. How can there be a damn shortage in the industry when every time you do a check on the number of DOT numbers that are issued and the number of companies that are out here right now, I'm talking over-the-road trucking companies, that they're nearly a damn million trucking companies. I mean, that's, hell, at one point in time, they said they only had 1.4 million trucks that was actually on the road considered over-the-road truck drivers. And I'll tell you, I just think that these numbers are so off base. I hope OOIDA gets on the ball here, and we see exactly what the count is and how everything's being affected.
Mm-hmm. Hey, but I got to pause there, Grump. We're up to news break.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The White House says if policies of former President Biden and Vice President Harris had continued, it would have ended the American Republic. That's what Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller said during a press conference this morning.
And the only thing Americans want to hear from Kamala Harris is an apology for joining Joe Biden. And remember, she was the border czar, joining Joe Biden in aiding and abetting the invasion of our country.
He criticized the previous administration's border and economic policies. This comes as President Trump marked his first 100 days back in office earlier this week. Last night, Harris gave a speech at a gala in San Francisco where she went after Trump's tariff policies. Stocks closed mixed starting off the new month.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 83 points. The S&P 500 gained 35 points. The Nasdaq rose by 264 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, picking back up there where we left off, we were talking about the cabinet meeting with Trump there. Yeah, both of us. And Pappy concurred. I mentioned Marco Rubio. Yeah, for a guy that was vying for the nomination to be president, for president when Trump won his first term, the guy that was labeled or dubbed as Little Marco, right? This guy, Pappy, said he's really stepped up to the plate. Very impressed how he's handling himself and the State Department. He has indeed been on his A game. All right, we'll get back and finish up with Grump here.
Yep, I think he's just done a fantastic job. I think all of them have, and when you got Mike Walls, is moving in, getting as a nomination for the ambassador. Now, he's an impressive guy himself. He knows foreign affairs, and I don't really think that, they could find a better person to move in that spot. I know, the media tried making a lot to do out of nothing, but over that, over that little goof up during that bombing that went on, but, they're past that now. But moving back into this trucking thing here, I've noticed, though, Steve, that every part of this industry has been attacked, and I say attacked, by different foreign entities. You look at the car hauling, and Double R probably tell you this. That you look at the car hauling. Russians have taken over just about everything coming out of off the West Coast. Especially up in the Seattle areas, and coming back into the interior of the states here. For car hauling. I mean, they've just dominated it. And I was sitting there thinking, I was talking to a guy too, and I said, one thing I haven't seen that much of is the hot shots. How they've, have they moved into that area? Man, I tell you what, I should have kept my mouth shut, because I'm coming out of the truck stop and there was 4 of them lined up, 4 hot shots. Every damn one of them had Chinese in them. And it was like it was husband and wife team. I mean, they had a female with them and stuff like that, but every one of them was driving new pickup trucks, pulling a trailer, and it looked like, one had a bow, what we call a bow trailer, had, vehicles on, but every one of them had money-making things on those trailers. And I was like, damn, here they're moving into the hot shot stuff. And then just a little bit ago, I seen a Seek, that was in a Dodge pickup truck, pulling a hot shot trailer. So we've got pushed into this area where, I get sick of listening to it, that how this driver shortage and blah, 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 and everything. But, I still believe that big companies, that dominate so much of the freight industry has created this bubble to where they've kind of looked at this as let's just push it this way, as it's going to be another job that Americans won't do, and, they can get that cheap labor in here, and hell, they're making money hand over fist. The brokerages in this country has went up tremendously. Just everywhere you look, whether they're brokerages or logistics outfits that are moving in, getting their DOT numbers and taking over, a lot of the freight positions that and they're following the freight lanes, what's open here, what's open there, where the best rates and things are, what's hitting the load boards the most. When you look at truckstop.com, when they got about 350,000 loads on there every day, and some of the $4 and $5 mile stuff that is pretty good freight. I mean, that's a lot of good stuff right there. But hell, by the time they get done bidding it down, a lot of these foreign drivers that are running on somebody, on their own authority, or running on somebody else's authority, or one of these logistic companies' authorities, the hell, they're picking it up for $1, $1.25. How are they making any money off of that? It just, I don't know, man. It just looks like they're all working together there. I mean, the brokerage, the logistics company, and the driver that's getting it. They're all the ones that are taking over most of this.
All right, and I think Crump ran out of cell zone there, but I get the gist of where he's coming from. We've been saying for years, it's been more of, what do you call it, a race to the bottom. Why is it such a cutthroat industry? Loads will be put on at a decent paying rate, and somebody will bid lower, and somebody else will bid lower, and they finally bid it down to where, as he just said, how are they possibly even making any money hauling it? Meanwhile, we've got Penske Logistics announcing this past day they're planning to permanently lay off 337 warehouse and other workers in Kinloch, Missouri, based on the WARN Act filing notice on Wednesday. They said the layoffs are the result of losing a contract for warehousing services for the supermarket chain Schnucks. Now, Kinloch is a suburb of St. Louis, where Schnucks is headquartered. Penske Logistics employs about 337 individuals at this location, according to the WARN notice. Effective July 15, Penske will transition the operation to BGDC distribution. Penske said there will be opportunities for workers to transition to BGDC distribution, which is an Atlanta-based supply chain, logistics and distribution technology service provider. According to the notice, 266 of the employees are warehouse workers, while the rest of the layoffs include operations and security personnel, apparently. All right, a congressional push to end 2 California trucking-related emission waivers granted by the EPA actually passed the House of Representatives Wednesday. Now, California is expected to challenge Congress's authority to take that step, but the vote in the House was 231 to 191 to revoke a waiver that permitted California to implement their Advanced Clean Trucks rule. The Advanced Clean Trucks rule would have mandated a road to increasing the use of zero-emission vehicles, among other provisions. Essentially, this was a part of the Biden administration's push in allowing California to proceed with their goal of eliminating the internal combustion engine, ultimately. In a separate vote, the House voted 225 to 196 to revoke a waiver that allowed the low NOx omnibus rule, which more tightly regulates nitrogen oxide emissions from heavy-duty trucks. Now, the measure now goes to the Senate. California needs an EPA waiver when they look to implement an environmental standard more stringent than the national rule. Although that requirement's been in place since the 1960s, it has been becoming more and more controversial. The immediate legal issue with the vote, however, is can Congress actually overrule a waiver as opposed to a rule? Earlier this year, the General Accounting Office issued an opinion that said Congress doesn't have the power to overturn a waiver granted to California. Should the Senate vote to approve the House measure on the California waivers, it's likely to set up a fierce court battle that would be funded on California's side by a war chest they established just for the purpose of such battles. What might seem on the surface as a standoff between the federal government and the Golden State has taken on national significance now for 2 key reasons. First of all, 10 other states have agreed to follow the provisions of the Advanced Clean Trucks rule. California's always had a central role in determining national standards for some environmental rules because OEMs do not want to build 2 different type of cars, one for California and one for the rest of the country. Trucks are the same. That has set off in recent months a wave of pushback by various trucking groups in some of those states, the 10 states that have opted in on this. The second key reason is focused on the omnibus rule and the Clean Truck Partnership between the state and the engine manufacturers. In that deal from July of 23, California backed off their own NOx rule and accepted the less stringent federal rules, while the engine manufacturers agreed to accept the standards of the Advanced Clean Truck. A question that has risen is whether that agreement is enforceable should the Advanced Clean Truck rules waiver disappear due to congressional action. It's all about this administration looking to roll back, go to common sense standards that can actually be met by the manufacturers. But I digress. Knucklebuster on a Friday morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summer. Well, the deep state is so liberal, it's not funny. They're not going to do anything. Even if a governor tells them to do it or Trump tells them to do it, they're not going to do it. They're going to keep right on doing the same old thing they've been doing. And that's exactly what we're getting out of our government. That's it, nothing. You ain't seen nobody go to jail. I ain't seen any high politician people get any anything. No judgments against them. They ain't been arrested. So forget that idea. They're just not going to do it. Well, let's get the nasty stuff out of the way. I want to congratulate them Cincinnati Reds for coming back and spanking them St. Louis Cardinals butt 9-1 there, Steve.
I didn't realize that was a 4-game set. I thought it was over when they did the doubleheader, but yeah, I was pleased to see the Reds 2-out. So they split 2-2. So
yeah, well, that's not bad. 50% for either team, so that's okay. And you can bet that Falcons coach, he's going to wind up paying that whole fine. I'm going to tell that man right there, hey, we're not losing money over your stupidity. If my boss got a $250,000 fine, you can bet he'd tell me I could either pay it back to the company or I could leave. Adios. You know, they'll just take it out of his check, right?
Right.
Well, I don't know this for a fact, but Horse Feathers brought this up. But I've heard that them cows named Becky are stump broke, Steve. And that's all we're going to say about that.
We'll leave it there. I get you're going back to what I get you talking about the steers.
Yep. But we'll that world famous bull hauler tell us all about that when he calls in next time there, right?
Right.
Well, I want to get a simplified shout out to Chuck and Phil and Captain Ron and all of the other Uncle Sam's misguided children there. We're not as lean as we used to be, Steve, but we're twice as mean. You know what Eleanor Roosevelt said about the Marines, Steve?
What's that?
That we had the cleanest bodies and the filthiest minds. I wonder how she knew all that.
Yeah.
Well, y'all want some Stabile products, Hot Shot Secrets products, Steve Summers Overnight Drive products, and y'all call Steve at 844-844-3388 because he needs to finish out the week on a strong note there, and that's all my bull on it. We'll catch up with you next week there sometime. Have a great, blessed weekend, buddy.
Thank you very much. There you go. Knucklebuster, that's his baloney here on a Friday morning. Looks like GM announcing a recall. Hundreds of thousands of SUVs and pickups made by General Motors being recalled over engine issues. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration said the recall affects model year 2021 through 2024 Cadillac Escalade, Cadillac Escalade ESV, the Chevy Silverado 1500, the Chevy Suburban, Tahoe, GMC Sierra 1500, the Yukon, and the Yukon XL. The recalled vehicles have the 6.2-liter V8 gas engines. According to GM, the connecting rod and the crankshaft may have defects that can damage the engine and lead to engine failure. Of the 721,000 vehicles recalled, almost 600,000 are in the U.S., according to Reuters. Now, apparently, dealers will inspect the engines and repair or replace them as needed. If a vehicle passes the engine inspection, it will be filled with a higher viscosity oil, get a new oil filler cap, and an oil filter replacement. According to the Highway Transportation Safety Administration, owners will receive letters alerting to the recall after June 9. I guess if you have Cadillacs, they got a toll-free number. There's a toll-free number for Cadillac, Chevrolet, GMC. So that's a lot of vehicles. It is 844-844-3388.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
That's not secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot's secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
About 8 before the hour. Again, on a Friday, it's 844-844-3380. I was trying to remember. I believe he was the guy that started the Project Veritas, where they would go into various settings and scenarios and kind of do undercover, get undercover video, undercover audio. Yeah, one of them, at what point, they went into abortion facilities. They would get the lowdown on the skinny and kind of blow the whistle on numerous different issues. Yeah, James O'Keefe was the guy that started all that. Now, I don't believe he's associated any longer with Project Veritas. I don't know what happened behind the scenes there, but he was still doing some of this investigative reporting stuff. And I shared a little video that he had posted earlier this week. I shared it with Pappy this past morning. It's very short, very brief, but he's sitting there before the camera, and he pretty much says, I'm going dark. And I believe he said for the next 30 days, I am not suicidal, but this one really scares me, guys. And he kind of stands up and walks away, exits the room. So in other words, he's definitely concerned that he has either uncovered something or feels that his life is definitely in danger enough to where he's going to, I guess, going into hiding. He used the word, I'm going dark. I'm disappearing. But again, he specified, I am not suicidal. Now, Pappy said he had just released something that was an insider in the Trump orbit, talking about how they're trying to sabotage Trump. But I believe he had something else in the works. But yet for him to release a video like that, it really makes you wonder what the hell's going on. I said, what does he know, or what has he uncovered? It's got to be something. I said, you wonder if it has anything to do with the whole Epstein stuff, but maybe we'll find out, maybe we won't, but pretty scary stuff, right? Will China be coming to the table when it comes to tariffs? I will predict, yes, they will, and it's going to be sooner rather than later, because they're not going to be able to play this hardball game with the U.S. much longer. They're going to have to come to the table, because they are now looking at unrest in their country that they haven't seen the likes of in many, many years. Hundreds of angry Chinese workers marching in the streets of China's industrial cities to protest layoffs, unpaid wages, after President Trump's tariffs have forced their factories to shut down. Unemployment was already a big problem for China's faltering post-pandemic economy, particularly youth unemployment, and now analysts are predicting Trump's tariffs could wipe out more than 16 million jobs. As they say here, that makes the natives restless. Radio Free Asia, quoting a Goldman Sachs analyst who predicted communications, apparel, chemical manufacturers are being especially hard hit. One of the biggest strikes and protest marches occurred last week at a factory that produces sporting goods. A company representative hastily hung up the phone when Radio Free Asia called to ask for the current status. Many of the protesting workers have grievances that even predate Trump's first round of tariffs. Unpaid back wages, a frequent complaint stretching back into last year. Workers at a circuit board manufacturer said they've not received their Social Security benefits since 2023. There was a group of construction workers in Inner Mongolia that threatened last week to jump off the roofs of the buildings they've been constructing if their back wages were not paid. Thousands of workers at China's electric vehicle giant, BYD, walked off the job in March and April, angered by pay cuts, poor working conditions. Protesters said BYD reneged on promises they had made to its employees during their corporate expansion. This sort of unrest is only going to continue to grow. And you can't help but wonder, are these Chinese people pretty much along the line saying, we need to make a deal. We want our jobs. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
That's that secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The White House says if policies of former President Biden and Vice President Harris had continued, it would have ended the American Republic. That's what Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller said during a press conference this morning.
And the only thing Americans want to hear from Kamala Harris is an apology for joining Joe Biden. Remember, she was the border czar, joining Joe Biden in aiding and abetting the invasion of our country.
He criticized the previous administration's border and economic policies. This comes as President Trump marked his first 100 days back in office earlier this week. Last night, Harris gave a speech at a gala in San Francisco where she went after Trump's tariff policies. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is doubling down on his goal of defeating Hamas.
According to the Times of Israel, Netanyahu spoke during an Independence Day event in Jerusalem and added that returning hostages held by Hamas is also a very important goal. However, the Hostages and Missing Families Forum said Netanyahu's comments were alarming given the condition of previously released captives. Netanyahu's comments come as Israel's military has returned to the Gaza Strip with ceasefire talks seemingly stalled. I'm Brian Shook.
The White House will not confirm reports that it asked El Salvador about the status of Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
He was deported to El Salvador on what the White House said was an administrative error, but has since said he's a member of the MS-13 gang. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has reportedly been in touch with El Salvador about Garcia. During a cabinet meeting, Rubio told reporters he won't comment. Next week, the administration is facing a court-ordered deadline to provide an update on steps taken to return Garcia. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Stocks closed mixed starting off the new month.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 83 points. The S&P 500 gained 35 points. The Nasdaq rose by 264 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
A two-day strike by more than 55,000 Los Angeles County employees is over.
The strike ended at 7 o'clock Wednesday night with no contract agreement in place. Members of the Service Employees International Union have been demanding a new contract with improved wages and benefits. The union has accused the county of unfair labor practices and failing to fairly negotiate a new contract, which county officials deny. SEIU 721 is the largest union in LA County. It has members in 36 of 38 county departments. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A woman in the east central portion of Mississippi was arrested for SNAP fraud.
Officials say the woman, identified as Deidre Blair, received over $43,000 in benefits by inaccurately reporting household income. The investigation by the Mississippi Department of Human Services led to an indictment of Blair secured by the Oktibbeha County District Attorney. The MDHS Inspector General, Sandra Griffith, praised the collaboration of investigative teams, county offices, and law enforcement. Blair surrendered to authorities on April 24th. Suspected fraud can be reported to MDHS online by phone or email. I'm Joe Morano.
The San Diego District Attorney says Democrats in Sacramento have betrayed vulnerable children after they pulled a bill on sex trafficking.
San Diego County DA Summer Steffan says a critical part of AB 379 was pulled by Democrats in the Assembly Public Safety Committee. The bill would have made buying a 16 or 17-year-old for sex a felony in California. The district attorney called the decision to not punish sex traffickers an inhumane failure. I'm Jack Cronin.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, it was breaking news in the state of Georgia this past day. Multiple arrests in connection with a multi-agency human trafficking operation. These are about adults trying to exploit children. According to the Muskogee County Sheriff's Office, 19 suspects, including a Georgia politician, are under arrest. The sheriff says it takes a sick individual to want to take away a right that a child has, and the freedom and the safety and the comfort that a child has to bring harm to these children. Now, officials said 32-year-old Carl Sprayberry, who was actually, he ran for the House of Representatives there in November's election. He and 18 other suspects are behind bars after a 4-day operation focused on individuals engaging in either sexually explicit communication with children on the internet, those who had arranged to engage in sex with the child, and to travel for the purposes of having sex. Now, they've got all the names and occupations listed. Yeah, there are several truck drivers on the list here from various parts of the country. Yeah, from forklift operators to sanitation workers to delivery drivers. I won't go through the entire list, but to do a quick search there, ranging in ages from the early 20s to the late 60s. All right. Meanwhile, Canadian police are looking for a semi-truck driver who has to get a Dumbass of the Week award, who was hauling heavy equipment, who say ultimately struck 4 separate overpasses and never stopped Thursday morning. Little after 10:30 this past morning, May 1, police received several reports of a red tractor trailer hauling an excavator that struck 4 overpasses along Highway 403. Now I'm thinking, are you telling me the driver, don't you feel something when the load you're hauling hits the over? And then, better question, whoever he was hauling the excavator for, I guarantee you there's significant damage if it ever arrived where its destination was. Yeah, police are asking anyone who was traveling through the area at the time who may have witnessed this incident or may have some dash cam footage to contact the Ontario Provincial Police. Yeah, but one overpass after another. Yeah, hitting the overpasses at Tollgate Road, then Paris Road, then Ewing Drive, and then King George Road. Canadian transportation officials have been cracking down on overpass strikes caused by overheight commercial vehicles in British Columbia recently. Back in March of last year, they changed their rules to the Commercial Transportation Act to allow fines of up to $100,000 for an overpass strike with a commercial vehicle. Yeah, the fine also comes with up to 18 months in prison upon conviction for violation. So whomever was driving this vehicle thinking they would be, well, subject to the maximum penalty because not one, not two, not three, but 4 overpasses consecutively. Good morning, Brother Rambler.
Hey there, Hoser. Yeah, I think that Canadian was really upset that the Montreal Canadiens, got put out and probably had a little bit too much molten ice. The alcohol content in the Canadian beer is a little bit more than the watered down American beer up there. God bless the Montreal Canadiens that got put out. So did the Ottawa Senators, they got put out too. What's going on, Steve?
But the
got to pick up my Canadian friends.
But the Maple Leafs move on, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That is correct, and that is my pick to win the Stanley Cup. Man, is it? I get them confused. Matthew or Brady Tkachuk, one of them plays on that team, and I'm not a Toronto Maple Leafs fan because that's the arch rival of my blessed Detroit Red Wings. But the way they're playing hockey, good Lord, they're playing lights out. And, yeah, they definitely moved on. I think they're my pick to win the Stanley Cup this year. And they haven't won one since the 60s. The 60s. That's been a long time for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Also, I was looking at NHL news. I saw where man, we got a real good series between the Dallas Stars and the Colorado Avalanche. That game's tied up at 6, and I think the final game, I got it pulled up right here. They're going to be playing tonight. Let's see here. No, they're going to be playing Saturday. Yep, Saturday. Game 7 is going to determine that on ABC and ESPN Plus. So we'll be able to watch that Saturday. So that's what I'll be doing. And great series. I mean, these two teams are just classic. You had Patrick Waugh all them years, playing goalie for the Avalanche, and you've had Jamie Benn, who's been the captain for the Dallas Stars forever. So great matchup. Should be a pretty good game. Last time I called, by the way, hello, God's children and listening audience all over the United States and all over the world, as a matter of fact, and glad you were tuned in to Steve Summers, the Overnight Drive, and dealing with Brother Rambler doing his Canadian impersonation. And listen, our Canadian listeners, I'm only playing. I'm not serious. And I love you. I love you whether you're Congolese. I love you whether you're Middle East. I love you whether you're Canadian, Central American. You know why? Because you're created in God's perfect image. And if Jesus can love you, and I say every day, I can love you too. So, just a little bit of harmless picking. That is my pick to win the Stanley Cup is the Toronto Maple. If the Toronto Maple Leafs get put out, I'm going to be very, very shocked. But last time I called up, I said I was going to give a report on the little dog. Now, for those of you who are listening, you don't know what I'm talking about. You're just now joining us. Back in January, I've been calling into the show. Let's see here. I took about a 18-year hiatus from the show because your previous station, we couldn't get you down here. 700 WLW, I couldn't pick it up, and this is me putting a coat hanger on the antenna like your dad said and everything. We just couldn't pick it up, and so I had to deal with listening to UFO and Bigfoot and the multiple people that shot Kennedy and this, that, and the other. It was entertaining, and then the phones modernized and we got iHeartRadio, and I'm like, you know what? Let's see if I can't find Steve. And I found your 2 replacements, and that should tell you something right there, God's children. It took 2 people to replace Steve Summers, to take his place. So I've been calling into the show since 2018 is when I started back calling in. And we've had a lot of things happen. We've had Mercedes, Pappy's daughter. We've almost lost her, and it's only by the grace of God that she survived that car wreck. And we've been praying for a lot of people. But this strange thing happened. I was on the phone with Steve one one day during January, and I pulled into our O'Reilly store in Ponchatoula, Louisiana. Shout out to Jared Ard, our Walmart driver, and frequent listener of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, who lives in Ponchatoula. But I pull in there, and I see a little old dog. She ran across the street, and I'm like, oh, man, that dog don't need to get hit, because she's just still a little puppy. Well, I get back in, go get my O'Reilly store, get back in and everything, and it's very skittish, hesitant, a little bark at me a little bit, but stand its distance. So I'm like, well, I ain't got time to deal with this, and I'm on hold with Steve. So I'm pulling off my freight with the electric pallet jack and all this stuff, get the store unlocked, throw open the roll-up door, and I'm inside on hold, and Steve goes to me, and I say my usual spiel, hello to all God's children. And next thing I know, I'm in the middle of a conversation with Steve Summers, and I have the cutest little old puppy, just wanting to be held, wanting to be loved, wanting to just, it's just been abandoned.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I'm on the phone making noises like, "Oh, come here, baby! Oh!" I mean, it was just so adorable.
Yeah.
Well, because I'm an animal lover, so. And especially when it comes to dogs and cats too. I have nothing against cats, and so I ended up, and I had to come clean with the manager, and I'll tell that story in just a minute. So I ended up, I'm like, you know what? There's no way I'm putting this dog outside the store. So I had a little bit of beef jerky. I went out to my truck. It followed me all the way, and brought it back in. It gobbled it up, and I left the dog inside the store because I knew the manager. The manager was a very sweet person, and her name is Brittany, and I know just by telling that she would take care of the dog. So fast forward to 2 days ago, I had to swing back by that store to grab some returns I had left, and they were already there. And I asked the question. I said, just out of curiosity, what happened to the dog? And her face lit up. She said, oh, Brother Rambler. She said, I've got to show you this. She says, thank you for leaving the dog inside that store, because I was totally surprised when I opened up the door and there she was. And she says, I opened up the door. This dog went outside, went on the grass, used the bathroom, and come back inside. I said, wow, this dog belonged to someone.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I mean, so she said, and it followed me all over the place. She said, I actually kept it until it was time for my break, and I took her to the vet because she had, her paw was kind of hurt. So we took her to the vet. We got the paw fixed, and they checked her for a microchip. She wasn't chipped.
Mm-hmm.
So she said, well, I couldn't keep her because I had 2 other dogs. But we found someone. My sister came and brought the dog some food, and she took the dog home. And a good report, God's children, the dog is bigger, the dog is healthy, the dog is happy. She showed me videos of where they went to her sister's house for Easter and showed video of the dog running in the backyard, fenced-in backyard. They keep the dog inside. They don't keep it chained up on a chain. So the dog is well loved. The dog is well taken care of. And we thank you so much for those of you who knew about it, for praying and thinking about it. And I'm glad to report the dog is just good and healthy. Steve, that brings me to something else I want to talk about, abandonment. We have a lot of drivers, non-drivers, who feel like humanity has just abandoned them. I was on the road 7.5 years, and much like that little old dog felt, I felt kind of abandoned too, because I was in the cab of this truck by myself. I had no wife, no girlfriend, no nothing like that. Didn't have time for it. And it can be awfully lonely. We may be having listeners, Steve, that's listening to us right now. They've lost their husband, they lost their wife, they've lost their parents, they've lost someone, and they feel abandoned. The day I quit feeling abandoned is when Jesus Christ come into my life. The famous scripture that you could find in Deuteronomy, that you could find in Joshua, and you could find in Hebrews. I'll be strong and be of good courage, for I'll never leave you nor forsake you. Forsake means forget. And ever since I've asked Jesus Christ to come into my heart, Steve, I've never been alone again. I've never been lonely. I've always had my best friend, my brother, my confidant, my Savior, my Lord. He's always been right there. And though I cannot see him, I've seen him in visions, I've seen him in dreams, I can feel him. I can feel him because he's the living embodiment of the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit's the living embodiment of him. And I can feel him through the Holy Spirit. I want to encourage you today that if you're feeling alone, you're feeling lonely, you don't have to feel like that no more. Because I know what it feels like to be alone. I know what it feels like to suffer loss. And I tell you, when you know that someone is saved by the blood of Christ, you think about heaven and you know where they're at, I can't help but to smile, Steve, because I know what the Bible tells me, just a glimpse of what heaven is like. I know by watching YouTube videos of people who have died, went there, and come back to tell the same tales and stories. And Steve, it makes me want to just go on. It makes me want to tell everybody I can about Jesus. And whether you love me or whether you hate me, I will tell anybody I can about Jesus. And if you hate me, guess what? You can hate me, but there's two things you will never, ever stop me from doing. You can slap me, you can beat me, you can do whatever. You will never stop me from praying for you, and you will never stop me from loving you. Even when my Savior hung on the cross, and they wagged their heads, and they shook their finger, and they told him, if you're really Christ, if you're really God's Son, come down. He said, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. And I want to encourage you, God's children, to come and join us on Sunday nights at 5 o'clock p.m. Determined Ministries Church. Look us up on Facebook. Come on and join us. We go live. We'll sing some of your old songs. And I'm not the world's best singer, but we're singing for Jesus. And the message this Sunday, we're going to be preaching on the parable of the 10 virgins. So if you don't know about that, tune in at 5 o'clock Sunday evening and tune in to us. And Steve, there's another show that comes on 11 o'clock Central, 12 o'clock Eastern. Could you tell this listening audience a little bit about that wonderful show?
Well, I would think they already know a little bit about it, but that would be we'll be right back here with the Overnight Drive. And, yep, you can find your Overnight Drive T-shirts. You can find the hats. Yeah, I think Brother Rambler likes our tumblers to keep your drinks ice cold at overnightdriveradio.com.
That is correct. That is correct. And before I get off here, I want to remind y'all, we have a 4-page prayer list. I'm just going to throw a couple of names out there, and y'all keep these people in your prayers. Polly Metz. She spells her last name M-E-T-Z. I'm not gonna out no one's business because it's HIPAA laws and all that stuff. But Polly's got a battle going on. Y'all be praying for Miss Polly, Miss Millie. Got some things going on. Rick Friend, our good buddy Cincinnati Reds friend Rick Friend, and of course so many other people. Russell Miller and his beautiful wife, AJ Bama and his beautiful wife. So many people got some things going on. Keep them in your prayers, God's children, and let's love them. And I'll leave you with this, and that is love. Love is just not another 4-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do, and I'll see you this Sunday at Determined Ministries Church. Good night. God bless.
Have a great weekend there, Brother Rambler. All right, what do we have? A couple minutes before news break. Dingbat, I believe, has Memphis, Tennessee. We got an update on the Tyree Nichols case. Morning, Dingbat. How are you?
Hey, do you want to take that break right quick?
We're going to take it to the bottom of the hour.
Okay. Just want to give everybody an update. It's getting really, really deep up in here in Memphis, Tennessee with the Tyree Nichols case. Today they talked to two medical examiners, believe it or not. One, I was kind of shocked that she overrided the first medical examiner. It kind of questioned my medical experience of what she did. Also, they also interviewed the EMSs, and also the former officers. And it was kind of ironic. One of the officers said, "Oh, I didn't do it, but yet you're the one that did the beating also and took a picture of it." Also, I didn't know this, but he also had drugs in his system, but not only in his system, but in his car. Makes you wonder. But it's getting really, really deep in Memphis, and I'm hoping justice is going to be served because, I mean, what's wrong is wrong. We all know that. But it's just seeing this unfold from when it happened to now, it shows some things that the media is covering up, and now it's coming back to light.
So, what's the general sense right now? Are you sensing that there's enough evidence being presented that might get the law enforcement officers off the hook, or is it the opposite?
I think the officers need to serve their time for it, and I'm sorry, Pappy. I mean, you know my story. But that's wrong. They did this to this young individual man.
He would never argue with if a law enforcement officer does something wrong. He would not. He'd never. he wouldn't be trying to defend a rogue cop. You know.
Right. But it's sad. I mean, these 5 officers did this to this one individual, and I mean, if I'm riding dirty with drugs in my system, yeah, I'm going to get pulled over, regardless. But the way the officers took a hold of it, I mean, did this to this individual is wrong. It's just like me, if I do something wrong, I always do a joke with everybody like, "Oh, I don't have the bond money to act out." I mean, a criminal is a criminal, but still, you know, they're an officer. They should still be treated as a criminal for what they did. It's just sad. I mean, how can you say, "Oh, I didn't do it. I didn't do it"? There's proof right there in front of it. The Skybox cam, as anybody doesn't know, is a camera that's on top of the pole, and it zoomed right in there. It shows you have the body cams, you have everything right there, black and white. How can you deny you didn't do it? I mean, it's unfolding, and like I said, there's stuff that's coming to the light. It's like, and like, I think they're going to interview some of the EMT officers and everything like that. It's getting kind of deep, but interesting.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Well, I'm thinking, I guess, so you got like what, four or 5 officers involved, and some of them are saying, well, I'm not the one that was hitting him with the baton, or I'm not the one that hit him with the taser. But kind of like the other case that made all the headlines, that none of them were actually doing anything to help him. I'll pull a little bit of an update out of Memphis maybe and come back following our news break, which... that's the time. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The White House says if policies of former President Biden and Vice President Harris had continued, it would have ended the American Republic. That's what Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller said during a press conference this morning.
And the only thing Americans want to hear from Kamala Harris is an apology for joining Joe Biden. And remember, she was the border czar, joining Joe Biden in aiding and abetting the invasion of our country.
He criticized the previous administration's border and economic policies. This comes as President Trump marked his first 100 days back in office earlier this week. Last night, Harris gave a speech at a gala in San Francisco where she went after Trump's tariff policies. Stocks closed mixed starting off the new month.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 83 points. The S&P 500 gained 35 points. The Nasdaq rose by 264 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into. And that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
With a few clicks of the mouse, the latest I'm seeing from the AP, I'm not seeing anything that looks good for the officers that were involved. Looks like yesterday a cybercrime expert with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation testified that a former Memphis officer charged in the fatal beating of Tyree Nichols took a cell phone photo of Nichols as he was struggling with serious injuries. I kind of remember this from way back. TBI Special Agent Derek Miller testified in the trial of Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, and Justin Smith. That's the three that are on trial, I guess, who have all pleaded not guilty to state charges, including second-degree murder. Now, they already face the prospect of years in prison after they've been convicted on federal charges last year. But the history, the 29-year-old Nichols, the black male that fled a January 2023 traffic stop after he was yanked out of his car, pepper sprayed, hit with a taser. 5 officers who were also black caught up with him, punched, kicked, hit him with the police baton, struggled to handcuff him as he was calling out for his mother, who was nearby at his home. But all the footage captured by a police poll camera showed the officers kind of milling about, talking and laughing as he struggled for his life. That death led to, again, nationwide protests, calls for police reforms, and intense scrutiny of the police there in Memphis. I guess what was presented yesterday, that the video shows Officer Haley taking that photo of Nichols, who was on the ground leaning against the police car at the time after the beating, but shared that video 11 times and had text conversations with 8 other people about it. Now, the officers are charged second-degree murder, aggravated assault, aggravated kidnapping, official misconduct, and official oppression. Prosecutors have argued that the officers had a duty to intervene and stop the beating and tell medical personnel that Nichols had been struck in the head, but they did not do so. So I guess that's kind of what I was leaning towards. Several of the officers involved in using the baton, using the taser, and the other cops were like, well, I didn't beat him. I didn't do that. But that's the whole scenario of being on the scene. The former Memphis officers, Desmond Mills Jr. and Emmett Barton, also were charged in the case, but they've already agreed to plead guilty to the state charges, so they're not actually standing trial. They also pled guilty in the federal court. I guess these guys, well, the other 3 officers are kind of, hoping for a miracle maybe. But meanwhile, today, President Trump plans to release his much-anticipated budget for fiscal year 2026. Back in April, or just last month, the House passed the budget supported by President Trump that includes trillions in tax cuts and government spending. Now, Republicans have to work to merge that version with the one that was passed by the Senate to create Trump's long-envisioned, what he referenced as his big, beautiful bill. Trump's budget, set to arrive at Congress today, Friday, will give details on how the White House intends to pay for not only expenditures allocated to each agency, but how the administration intends to make up for revenue with the proposed tax cuts. Of course, the government's fiscal year starts October 1. Now, at the rally in Michigan earlier this week, Trump lambasting those Democrats and Republicans opposing his bill, accusing them of grandstanding. Trump said his bill has 100% just about Republican support. It would be nice if we had maybe just a couple of Democrats just to make sure, because we all know every once in a while you've got a grandstander in the Republican Party. Well, no doubt about that. We've got some grandstanders. Now, Trump mocked Democrats, saying that taxes will go up by 68% if this bill fails to pass. He said, wait till you see the results of some of the things we're doing. In the coming weeks and months, we will pass the largest tax cuts in American history. That will include no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. It's called the One Big Beautiful Bill. It'll be the biggest bill ever passed in our country's history. The biggest tax cuts, the biggest regulation cuts, military supremacy, and just about everything else. Now, when he mentioned grandstanders, who would the usual suspects come to mind? Well, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, Susan Collins of Maine. I don't know, would Rand Paul fall into the mix? Those are the three that just yesterday, turned out that Vice President J.D. Vance actually had to cast the tie-breaking vote to thwart efforts to stop President Trump's tariffs after those three Republicans sided with the Democrats. Vance stepped into the Senate voting on a resolution that would have blocked Trump's tariffs via revocation of the emergency order used. Despite having the majority in the Senate, Vance was forced to intervene for Republicans to block the resolution. As again, Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, and Rand Paul joined the Democrats. I guess we could say it's lucky that Republican Mitch McConnell wasn't there and Democrat Sheldon Whitehouse. They both were expected to support the resolution, but they were absent, which resulted in a 49-49 tie that forced Vance's tie-breaking vote. Spokesperson for Mitch McConnell made it clear that, McConnell would have voted with the Democrats. The senator has been consistent in opposing tariffs and that a trade war is not in the best interest of American households and businesses. Never mind the fact that Mitch McConnell, his wife, he's got extended family that have tons of interest in China. Right? Elaine Chao, hello, the Elaine Chao family. The shipping interest in China should be a conflict of interest for him to even be able to vote on it, but he believes tariffs are a tax increase on everybody. Of course, Murkowski, the Rhino Republican, proudly announced on social media she voted in support of the resolution to terminate the president's national emergency declaration regarding our trade deficits. Bilateral trade deficits do not constitute a national emergency, nor do they qualify as an unusual and extraordinary circumstance needed to unlock authorities under the International Emergency Economics Power Act. We have a lot more work to do to reclaim Congress's constitutional power, but this resolution is a step in the right direction. That's what she said, but you lose once again. Senator Paul defending his decision, saying the Constitution clearly states Congress, not the president, has the power of the purse. All new taxes, which is essentially what a tariff is, are supposed to originate in the House of Representatives before going to the Senate for approval. President Trump continues to defend his Liberation Day policy, stating on Truth Social that this is Biden's stock market, not Trump's. Okay, it's 844-844-3388. Let me see. We'll be surprised if Eagle wanted to jump back in. Morning, Eagle. You hanging with us?
Yeah, I wanted to jump back in about an hour or two ago, but I think I know what the deal is. But yeah, let me say this right quick. Steve. That loser that called in and said my name once again, I've told this guy this before. I live in Texas, my man. Next time, if you ever come to Texas, look me up. Try to find me. And exactly what I told you last night and what I'm saying tonight, I'll say it directly to your face. So like I said, the next time you plan on visiting Texas or you come close to Texas, let me know or let Steve know or somebody associated with the show, and I promise you, I'll meet you somewhere in Texas, and you will regret the day you ever met me. And I thank you for taking my call.
See, I kind of figured that would be the case. Why? When did it become romper room? Come on, guys. You guys can do better than this. It's not necessary. It's literally, it's like they got road rage on the radio. And yes, you are correct in your assumption there, Eagle. I put him on hold. I kind of paused him, and he called back again, and I let him hold for another hour and a half, and I thought, okay, so short and sweet, and that's where we'll leave it off at. Move on. It's like the 5th grade playground. He kicked my ball. On a more serious note, President Trump announcing this past day as well. He's kind of laying down the law with Iran. He said any country that purchases oil from Iran will be barred from doing business in the United States. In other words, he's returning to what was the successful maximum pressure campaign that worked so well during his first term. Posting via Truth Social, alert, all purchases of Iranian oil or petrochemical products must stop now. Any country or person who buys any amount of oil or petrochemicals from Iran will be subject to immediate secondary sanctions. They will not be allowed to do business with the United States of America in any way, shape, or form. Thank you for your attention to this matter, he says. Now, the Wall Street Journal said Trump, he did impose a full embargo on Iran's crude back in 2019. Their shipments collapsed to like 250,000 barrels a day by early in 2020. Much less than their level from 2 years earlier. But, of course, after Biden took office, he eliminated all that. They reached a 6-year high, selling hundreds of millions of dollars worth of oil. They reached a 6-year high in September of last year. China imported over 1.8 million barrels of Iranian oil per day in March. So that makes China Tehran's biggest customer by far. Now, Thursday, Trump spoke about the impact of his sanctions during the first term at the Rose Garden for the National Prayer Day. And he pointed out clearly, Iran had no money when I was president. They were bust. They were broke. They weren't giving money to Hamas. They weren't giving it to Hezbollah. They weren't giving it to anybody because they didn't have any money. Any oil that anybody takes from Iran is not allowed to do business in the United States of America. Now, all this as we're working for a negotiated on a nuclear arms deal with Iran. New York Times reported that the 4th round of talks slated to take place on Saturday has been postponed, apparently. State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce said yesterday, we do expect another round of talks will take place in the near future, adding the fact that the administration had never confirmed that 4th round was going to take place on Saturday in the first place. Now, this is just kind of, I don't know, the plot kind of thickens. We got the tariff war to begin with. China is the one we need to negotiate with first and foremost, largely. What's China's response going to be? I mean, purchasing 1 million barrels per day in the month of March. Where are they going to get their oil? They're probably going to keep buying it from Iran. Now, does that mean we're going to, even more so than tariffs, you can't do any business, China, with the U.S.? I don't know what the end game is, but those are the latest developments. It is 844-844-3388.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All righty, round to third, headed to home on a Friday. I'll see what's going on with the anonymous hippopotamus.
Boy, I don't know if you want me to talk or not, Your Honor. I've been trying to decide what to say here for the last couple minutes. First of all, did I hear something that in the tax deal there that there's a possibility you'll be able to take the interest off your car loan? Did you catch that one at all? Kind of like where you...
I believe that was part of his tax plan.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? So kind of like your home taxes, you get to write off there. Of course, you got to kind of watch wherever the standard deduction is. With the last time that he was in office, he changed that standard deduction rule, and it did hurt a little bit for people to make charitable donations and stuff like that because of the standard deduction. If you didn't itemize out and couldn't do it, a lot of the charitable deductions weren't still tax deductible that way, just because of the way the tax table was written. So hopefully the home interest and the auto interest, because everybody pretty much has an auto loan in that. So, but anyways, well, I guess thank you for the comment you made after your last caller before me. I hate to say it, but I've had a lot of people that I've talked to say that, and I'll come out and say, when Eagle and Heatwave come on and they start bickering about each other and back and forth, they actually turn the show off. So if you want people to keep turning the show off, keep it up. But, that it's not funny, it's not entertaining, and nobody out here really cares to listen to it.
It's a waste of time.
I'm sure
right.
I've said things that people don't care for and don't want to listen to, and they're probably turning off the show for me. But anyways, just to say what I've heard from other people, that's what I kind of got there. So
nobody likes romper room.
Nope, not at all. So anyways, but yeah, I did want to again invite anybody out that, in case they missed it, that if you're in the Baltimore area, the Maryland State Fire Museum has their old steam show going, so they're going to have a old horse-drawn steam pumper out and about and some other stuff, and they have actually half of a fireboat there. So if you want to actually see what a fireboat looks like, they got half of one there anyway that they let you tour on, and so it should be a good day. We'll see if the weather holds out and what we can get into in the afternoon, and hopefully by later afternoon the showers will hold off until then. But other than that, hey, everybody remember, Casual Friday don't mean drive naked.
There you go. All right, enjoy your weekend there. Hope all goes well. We'll keep our fingers crossed on your weather. It looks like our weather there in Louisville is going to be an A-OK weekend. I think the forecast Saturday is a sunny day. I know they've had some rain through the week. I'm not exactly sure what the track conditions are there at this point in time. Of course, they've got action tonight. They've had action the last several nights, but they'll be having plenty of action down there today and Saturday, the big day. So we've been kind of anticipating this. I wasn't exactly sure what the date was going to be, but in the state of Texas, it's being cited as a major milestone in the freight industry. It has arrived as Aurora Innovation has officially kicked off their commercial driverless trucking operations. The autonomous freight service. They have officially operated without a human driver on board. They're now making regular deliveries between Dallas and Houston. After years of development and extensive on-road testing during which their autonomous system, the Aurora Driver, completed more than 3 million miles with supervised conditions. There's always been someone in the truck. The company says they have now accomplished over 1,200 miles of driving without a driver in the cab. We are the first company to successfully and safely operate a commercial driverless trucking service on public roads. Riding in the back seat for our inaugural trip was the honor of a lifetime, according to the Aurora Driver. It performed perfectly, and it's a moment I'll never forget. Aurora's first customers in this effort include Uber Freight and Hirschbach Motor Lines, both of whom have partnered with the company in the early stage of the pilot program. So their plan is, if this continues between now and the next 2 years, versus just Dallas to Houston, they've got a map depicting freight moving from as far west, it looks like maybe as far west as Utah, all along the southern tier of the country, the I-10, the I-20 corridors, and north and south, all the way into southern Florida. That's their plans. But all right, with that, enjoy your Friday. Have a great weekend, and we'll be back at the midnight hour coming up here Sunday night to kick off a brand new week of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream